Get ready for a cloud-first workplace. Jumpstart your career by signing up for a Google Cloud hands-on learning experience. Companies around the world are moving to the cloud. This is a unique opportunity to gain new skills and professional credentials. If you want to discover a career, scale your startup, or perform groundbreaking research that will change the world, this is the event for you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hopefully, everybody's having a great morning. For those who are in the East Coast as well as in the West Coast, we're going to kickstart our session soon. Hold on one second. I'm getting it back. Yeah, so today we're going to do backend infrastructure on GCP. If you missed our introductory session that we did 2 weeks ago, all the links, all the videos are available here, as well as the community on Discord is helping each other out. So if you get a chance, make sure to go through it. I'm assuming, Vimal, we don't need to know too much to navigate today's session if they missed the last session, correct?
Yeah, Mandisha, we would be taking care of we'll try to keep a fair balance between our content for the folks who are joining for the first time and the folks who have joined us before. We will still cover certain areas, but that will be real quick so that we can further focus on the agenda.
Okay, so few housekeeping items I want to share before we kickstart the session today. Make sure to share this with your community. Make sure to share this with your friends. We're live streaming this right now on YouTube as well as Twitter, Facebook, whatever the platform you're tuning in, welcome. And then if you know anybody who would be interested in learning this, encourage them to join. The process that we are putting together today and the code that we're going to share today is only going to be available today. So it's going to be accessible. You're going to get free credits to access Qwiklabs, and then it's going to expire midnight, I think Eastern Standard Time. So even if you don't get a chance to finish everything, make sure you spend some time, at least complete 1 or 2 labs, and which will unlock 30 days of access on Qwiklabs. I'm going to do a quick tutorial, very quick walkthrough on Discord for those who don't know how to use Discord. Let me quickly share my screen here. Okay, so we realized there's only so much we can do online. We are going to be taking live questions on YouTube chat and any other platform you are. If, for example, from Facebook, we'll be able to take questions as well. And we're going to try and answer all of these questions that are coming our way. Then we realized it would be also better to have everybody join our Discord if you were to get stuck and if you need to get one-on-one sessions, one-on-one help. So under the description, on our video description, you'll see the link to join the channel. I'm going to put it right up here too. So it's a bit.ly link, bit.ly /DISCTOTV. You can quickly, once you type it in, you can join it. And then what it'll do is it'll take you to the welcome page, and then it'll open up the rules page. Now, everything else is going to be locked for you once you join. The reason being, we want you to agree to all the terms of services that we have, just to make sure that the community is safe and you understand that you can give it a read now or you can give it a read later. And then what happens is you need to click this green button at the bottom. And once you do that, it's going to unlock all the other channels. So you'll be seeing the general channel, announcements and everything else. But the few channels you need to focus today are at the bottom. One is the Cloud Study Jams channel here. So as you can see, people asking questions when they get stuck. And if they can't find any answers, they can jump into one of these lobbies. As you can see, we have lobby 1 and lobby 2. And Anastasia, for example, is waiting to help you out with any issues that you may have. All you have to do is unmute yourself here, and then you can ask your question. And then if you want to share your screen, you can do the same thing. That way you will make sure you leverage these channels so you don't want to get left behind. If you need somebody to clarify anything in depth, you can do that as well. Now, the beauty about this community is it's not just for today. You're going to be a member forever if you want to, and then you can jump on and tag somebody in the future when you want any of the questions to be answered. So another tip, on the right side, you'll see we have tutors. We have 7 tutors listed already. And then while you're in this channel, you can mention one of them and say, hey, Vishali, I got stuck with this. Can you jump on lobby 1 or lobby 2 or lobby 3 and quickly have a one-on-one session and iron out the problems we have, and the tutors are there to help you out with it. So hopefully this is helpful to all of you. And if you happen to have any issues, you can track me down on Discord as well, or put a comment on our YouTube channel, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. And that being said, I'm going to hand things over to Vimal as he kicks things off, takes things off from here. Vimal, you want to go full screen?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madisha. Thanks for setting up house rules. Thanks for introduction of the team and how things will work out today. And yeah, very good morning, folks.
Vimal, do you want to go full screen?
No, not at the while.
Okay.
I will just start with it. Yeah, I will just start when I will start with the presentation part. All right. So very good morning, everybody. Folks who are in North America and those who are attending us from different parts of the world, a very good day. Today's session is on baseline infrastructure, as many of you may know, and some of you may have joined me in our last session 2 weeks back, and some of you may be knowing us for a while. We keep doing such sessions, and it's a continuous journey of learning that we are trying to bring to the community. So welcome you all. Just to give you just how the day is going to look like, today's session is comparatively a bit smaller. We would definitely cover both the theoretical discussion as well as the lab section within 4 hours. Apart from that, you will still have time to work on it if shall you need for it. So stay with us. The next 3-4 hours are gonna be full of learning, and I expect you all to come up with a really good question. We have a complete team who is gonna help you on this. So, all right. Okay, so as I mentioned, today's topic is baseline infrastructure. Basically, we will be talking about basics of infrastructure setup over the cloud. We will be using Google Cloud Platform for this. And this session has been brought to you by primarily from Google Student Developers Club and Google Developers being the primary sponsor of it. And I am from GDG Cloud Toronto. Now, what is GDG Cloud Toronto? It is an official chapter of Google's GDG platform, but operates as an independent group. There are 1,000+ chapters throughout the globe. We are one of them, based in Toronto, and we primarily look into technology area around cloud computing, machine learning, AI, and many more similar things. So we definitely recommend you to follow us on different channels where we are, so that you are aware of the different events that we do. We are on Facebook, LinkedIn, and we will be sharing all those details in the latter part of this presentation as well. But primarily, you will find me active on LinkedIn, as well as the GDG Cloud Toronto homepage is also on LinkedIn. You can also go to our official website. There you get all of the links. All right, so moving further, we had started with like 2 folks a year and a half back. If we minus Corona time, it will be just a year, where in a year we grew up to a community of 2,100 registered members. Now it's somewhere around 2,700. Last year we did a good Dev Fest, and we have upcoming Dev Fest in November. I highly encourage you and invite you to be part of the DevFest. It is going to be very fulfilling. I will be sharing and talking about DevFest more in a latter part of the presentation. So as I mentioned, we are official chapter of Google. We operate as an independent group. Our motto is to nourish passion for technology. Our motto is also to support women in tech, and there are regions specifically for doing certain events and certain activities around women in tech. Right. Some of the key highlights that we have last year, there were 1,000 participants who almost completed and got certificates in 2019. That also means that we also do session which has certificate. However, this session in particular doesn't involve any certification. You will still get a badge that you can add to a LinkedIn profile. We would be showing by end of the session how you can earn the badge, and you can add it to your social media. While in future, we will continuously have such workshop where we will also provide certificate of completion. Last year, Google hosted our study jam as a campaign study jam, and that was a really delight for us. And in 2020, that is this year, November, we are expecting more than 1,000 participants coming for the DevFest. And our social media outreach is expected to be more than 100,000 people. Now we can't say just Toronto because we are doing it virtually, so it has just spread across the globe. All right, these are our primary supporters, and today's primary supporter is Developers Qwiklabs, has been facilitated by Beyond the Think Outside the Valley group as well, who works in close connection with DSCs. What we do cloud info session, we do cloud onboarding, study jams, Google DevFest, Code Labs, and Women in Tech. Today, primarily our focus area is on cloud study jam. However, we will also be doing some degree of cloud onboarding, because I know that many of you may not be directly from technical background, and some of you may be from technology, but not necessarily from the cloud. So you may need to get some basics right before we start with the actual workshop today. This is how a typical classroom session looks like when we do it like in person. However, in this situation, we are only doing it virtually, and we are. I'm still feeling that we get our due value of our investment in time and energy, even when we do it like virtually. However, in-person session will somehow look like this, which will anyway start once our pandemic gets over, hopefully soon. And there are folks who get certificates by end of the day. So we generally have a very ambitious approach that you come with whatever knowledge you have in the morning, one fine Saturday morning, and by evening you are certified in a certain area, in a certain track, or whatsoever workshop that we have chosen. And most of the time we have like 80 to 95% of completion ratio, which is very satisfying. And who are our participants generally? Right now, you all are attending it. There may be a number of students attending it. We also get startup companies. We have technology professionals and non-technology professionals, and they all have their own regions to join this session. We have done certain kind of survey to understand who are the participants and why are they joining, what value they are generating, and some of the regions are really interesting. Technology is something irrespective of who you are, where you are, you have to keep updating yourself. Now, every time you cannot go to a college to learn it again. You can be a CEO or a CTO, but in order to understand the technology, either you have to be a part of session like this, or you have to, either of the way, you have to ask somebody, or you have to learn it of your own. So session like ours provides them a really concise crash course of a technology, so that they don't have to sit and code when very senior folks are joining our session, but they can go back to their boardroom and take decisions which is related to technology. When we have our classroom session, just imagine the possibility of networking when students and professionals from companies, some of them are really very senior, they all are sitting in the same room trying to achieve the same common objective. It becomes a very nice networking opportunity, which most of the time turns out to be job referrals or some kind of mentorship, and many other opportunities. Some graphs regarding our past success. So I will just go further. Our primary vision is that we want to be one of the largest community group where people can express themselves, learn technology, and exchange ideas together. The base thought here is we all have something unique. We all know and learn something every day. If we start sharing with each other, our knowledge will multiply, because for one individual, it may not be possible to learn everything all the time. But by sharing that information, because if I'm learning something, I'm doing some study around this, I have invested my time. Now, if I tell you something that I have learned recently, it may not take you the same time which I have been through. And the same applies when you tell me something. So it's pretty much about exchanging the knowledge, and that we do in this format as well. And also supporting the Women in Tech event. And I'll take you back to this slide where you see the gender demography. We see almost 25% of women are participating in our event. And when we compare it with the global stats around women's participation in technology, the stats still remain same. That is around 23% to 27%, somewhere up +2 -2. And that is a concerning element. Now, question is it happening organically, or is it there is some blocker because of which there is less women participation, and therefore we do a specific events in this regard. All right, you can find us everywhere, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, and you can email us at info@gdgcloudtoronto.org. So connect to us. Once you're connected to us, you get aware of the events like today, and you are able to not only participate. Many of you who had been participating as a learner for a while are now assisting us in many different ways, have different roles in the community, and I welcome you all to be part of any platform that you feel that you fit in, you have your interest. All right, so that was a brief introduction of GDG Cloud Toronto, what we do, who we are, what we plan to do. Now, before we proceed further, let me promote our next event. And I really love to promote particularly the DevFest one, because the other event that we do like today is primarily focused on theoretical and practical learning. It's moreover like getting our hands dirty and doing the workshop. But the upcoming DevFest, for which I have given the link, I have given the QR code here. You can just go to this link and you can RSVP. We will also have some quizzes and prizes running today. Now, for the quizzes, there are two eligibility. One, you have to, of course, score the best, and second, you should have RSVP to the DevFest, because during DevFest also you will be part of our prizes and gifts and swags that we have planned for it. So I highly recommend you all to go to the site, just RSVP for now, and at a later point of time you can learn more about the agenda. We will have around 36 hours of session that will run non-stop in different geographies, in different time zones. We'll start from EST time zone, we'll be there in IST time zone, whether it will come to GMT for European and African region, and now we'll be back to North American region in EST time zone. So this is something I highly recommend you all to participate and get benefited from the different events that we'll be doing. All right, moving further. Okay, so let's talk brief about cloud, the term that we hear. And before we go on the workshop side, we will take some break because we will have to onboard you with certain access, certain subscription. We will talk about that, but let's start with the basics. So I'm pretty sure many of you, or rather let me say all of you, have heard this name cloud computing, and most of you may have some fair idea what it is. But for folks who have just heard the name or never heard the name, or really do not know about it, let me start with something which is inaccurate and incomplete. Let me say that cloud is a metaphor of internet, and it is about storing and accessing data and programs over internet instead of your computer hard drive. Now, when I say this, at the same time, I must say that this definition is very incomplete, and in certain sense, it is inaccurate. It is just to begin with, to get your thoughts into cloud computing. Right now, I'm having my devices in front of me. I have my laptop, I have my desktop, I have my mobile phone, I have my iPad. These all are the physical devices, and the computing, what I see on that, what I can do with that is in front of me. And if I'm trying to use a disk storage, if I store my data not into my local hard disk, but rather somewhere over a disk storage which resides in a data center, which I can access it via internet, I will call it that it is over the cloud. But is that sufficient? Accessing information over internet, is it sufficient to call it cloud computing? The answer will be no. That's not the only case. That is just one of the attributes, but there are many other attributes to qualify as a cloud platform. We will talk about that further. So to enhance the same definition further, now we can say that cloud computing provides a simple way to access servers, storage, databases, and a broad set of application services over the internet. Cloud computing helps save substantial capital cost without spending the in-house server storage and application needs. For some folks, this is debatable whether cloud computing is costly than the in-house setup, or it is cheaper. I would say it depends on what your actual needs are and how your users are, and that is how it can be derived. I will neither say that I will not say that in every situation cloud computing could be cheaper. I will not say that, but in many and most of the situation, it could be. And the last point is who it is for. So it is for everybody, whether you are aware of it or not, whether you agree or not. I can very firmly say that you all have used cloud computing as an end user in one way or other. If you have used your Google Suite using your Gmail, even if it's Gmail or Netflix or anything which is pretty much available to us online nowadays over devices, you have used the cloud computing. Some of the key players that we are already aware around cloud computing, and if you're not, they're like AWS, Google, IBM, Microsoft Azure, and they all compete with each other in terms of the market share. At the same time, they all collaborate with each other while building technology on it. And this is very interesting. I really find it very satisfying that nowadays these organizations are not just conventionally competing with each other. They are building on top of each other. Like if Google builds something which is really nice, AWS and Microsoft will not try to build something as a competitive entity. Rather, it will try to build on top of it. And that has happened in many of many of such innovations in last days. So companies are now more collaborative rather than being competitive. They are also opening up, like they are putting their resources in open source more than ever. And that is very good for evolving technology, because that way everybody is thinking forward into building something new, rather than trying to compete with, building the same thing again and again just for the sake of competition. There are other players as well. VMware, DigitalOcean are just two examples. There is no a sequence or merit in putting this and not putting others. This is just an example here. There are tons of other organizations which are working in the cloud. And one name that should be added now is Alibaba Cloud, because that has came recently, but that has captured and is capturing larger share of the market. So that also we can call as one of the key player, if not now, certainly in near future. That's how the trends looks like. So what are the different kinds of cloud? Primarily, when it started, there were three different kinds of cloud that people segregated based on their understanding. But eventually, now there are multiple thought process around this. Every 6 months, you can find a new concept coming up and is being accepted as a definition of a type of cloud. The most common one that probably everybody uses is SaaS, that is software as a service. So like Google Docs, you when you use Google Docs, or even for that matter from Microsoft, you have a Microsoft Online Documents. You don't necessarily have to install MS Office. Earlier, for anything like .doc or .docx kind of file, you had to install the application and then you were supposed to use it. Now you can just take a Chromebook and you can open a Google document, and you can store and literally do most of the thing that you can do with the conventional MS Doc feature. Same applies to Gmail. Gmail is not just your mailbox. It provides a lot of other features and facilities, which comes as a software as a service. Salesforce, for those who are aware, is a very interactive and very customizable software that comes as a SaaS and is available for many different area of work in corporates, particularly ticketing system, managing requests, accessing it, particularly in production support. Then we have a PaaS, that is PaaS, Platform as a Service. This is for developers, like, or you all developer, if you may remember, if you are old enough to develop things for last 10, 15 years, you may know that earlier for any application to develop, first you have to set up the environment, you have to install the framework, be it .NET framework or Java or whatsoever. You have to build that environment in your system, and then you will start coding. But now, if you say, for example, if you have to code in Python, you can directly go to Google Colab and start typing the codes, and you can start getting the results. That is just one example. There are tons of other examples how PaaS has made the life of a developer easier, and they can pretty much, just start working on the actual thought process they have, actual code idea they have, rather than worrying about the setting of infrastructure. And the last one, that is IaaS, that is Infrastructure as a Service. For me, this is the favorite one, and the major reason why cloud is being adopted nowadays. The reason being that is where, and that's again my feeling, and I guess it can be debatable, and I will agree to different argument if it comes across. But for me, I feel it was IaaS because of which companies started adopting it. People started investing it, because that is where corporates comes into picture. Me and you as a single user or a developer are dealing with one computer. So we will not invest money literally, or neither be that much worried, to bring this technological shift. But companies operates in millions and billions, spend their more than 50% of budget in IT, while they may be working on a non-IT activity, just because they can't live without IT today. So they had a lot of money that was involved, and they were the one probably who had to invest in cloud computing, and that's why it is being adopted. So when a company adopts a cloud computing platform, they contribute in millions and billions. When we individuals do it, our numbers may be very huge, but I still feel that IaaS was a major reason why companies started adopting technology much than ever. Apart from this, there are many other concepts that you can see: backend as a service, learning as a service, whatnot. Like, you may also come up with a concept, and if it has a real value in adopting as a different type, probably it can start getting accepted. So you can keep yourself familiar and aware of the different types of cloud that is being defined and that is being accepted. Industry adoption of cloud. Now, there are multiple ways this can be explained. However, if this was a long session, I would have loved to do a brainstorming, a kind of activity here to ask you like how you all can define this. One of the very common example which I use, and today also I will use that only, because again, we have our limited time frame of workshop today. Let me compare this with our compute system. Not compute system, sorry, commute system in any of the city. You have your public transport, you can own your own car, you can do a carpooling, or you can have your own car, but still at times you use public transport. So the same apply to this in industry adoption. Just like our public transport, where you buy a ticket and you get access to that transport for a certain time or a certain destination, the same happens on public cloud. You pay a price, a subscription price, something like that, and you get access to the features and facilities for a certain time or certain resources measurable in whatever way. Let's say, for example, you can buy a cloud storage of 10 terabytes for a certain price. You don't have to buy everything, but you can only use that much. Or you can buy 100 terabytes for 3 months. So it can come with a time duration. You can buy unlimited cloud storage for 1 month. That could be another format how the public cloud will work. Now, it is not only about storage. You can also buy virtual machines or whatsoever, 100 virtual machines for a certain period of time, and you can use it and then you can leave it. Now comes the private cloud. It is more like having your own car where you buy it. You are responsible for everything. You buy the fuel, either you drive, you have a cab, or you buy the insurance. If anything happens to it, you are responsible. At the same time, it is always available to you. Same happens in private cloud. When it is allocated only to you, you are the beneficiary of everything that this private cloud has to offer. At the same time, you have to pay every related cost that is with the private cloud. Now, community cloud is more like our carpooling, where you don't want to share your space with somebody unknown, but you're okay to share your space with somebody you know. It could be your friend or colleague or anybody whose profiles you feel is aligned to somebody whom you like to share the space. So, like you will do in a carpooling, you will be a group of folks trusting each other more than somebody unknown, and will take a vehicle. Somebody may have a car, will share the cost. That way it is cheaper. At the same time, it's still a personalized experience in a certain way. Same happens in cloud world also. Like in cloud computing, multiple organizations may come in together, buy a private cloud and share the space. So they are not okay to share the space with just anybody. And the major concern here is security. Companies who are sensitive to their data, they are also fearing the fear of unknown. Like at the moment, if it is not convincing enough to say that cloud is safe, but the thought comes in mind, what if it is not safe? What if it can be compromised? If it can be compromised, can I afford to lose my data? Can I afford to, particularly organizations who are sensitive like the banks or the healthcare or the criminal or proceedings related organizations, where each and every data information that is present with them is very, very important, very, very secretive and cannot be compromised with. So they will at no point like to go with public cloud. They will not try to take the risk. But since private cloud is very costly, they may come and settle with something like community cloud, where they are sharing the space but still trusting their other partners. Hybrid cloud is same like you have a car, but not necessarily you go to office every day by your car. You take a public transit, but if you have to go on a family vacation, you take your car. So you have your convenience as and when you need it, because when you are going on a vacation, you need that convenience. You don't want to go on the hassle of a public transport. On a day-to-day uses, you are okay to use the public transport. Same applies here. For most important data, sensitive data, you want to use the public cloud, which could be a smaller space for you, which is dedicated, all secure. And for other reporting, promotional, ad hoc related activities, which is not so important, you are okay even if there is some compromise at some point of time. It will not really bring you down. You can use the combination of public cloud and private cloud, and you can call it a hybrid cloud. Now, hybrid cloud could be a number of other combinations as well, not necessarily the example which I show you here. There can be a number of other examples which you can think of, and you could call it a hybrid cloud. Apart from that, you may have heard of the name multi-cloud and many other terms, which we will talk in our other session when we will have those elements. But just to let you know, just like our types here, this industry adoption is also evolving. New definitions are getting created every day, and people are accepting those new definitions as well. Now, coming to Google Cloud Platform, what it has to offer, the list which I have provided you here.
Vimal?
Yep.
Very quickly, we got a few questions coming out with people who are trying to get access to Discord. Before Vimal jumps into the next slide, I'm going to give you another quick update very quickly. So you can find the description, the link in the description for the Discord channel. You need to go to the rules channel, read these rules if you want to go through it. At the bottom, you see this check mark. You need to hit react to it, and that'll unlock all the other channels for you. We have people already in lobby 1, lobby 2, stage 1, and on this Cloud Study Jams channel, asking questions and interacting with each other. That's how you get access to it. That being said, I'm going to pass it back to Ram and Vimal. And then I'm going to be in the shadows answering any questions that are coming through YouTube. Thanks, Vimal.
All right. Thanks, Madhusha, and thanks for bringing those information to our participants. I understand many of participants may have joined, and many of them may still be joining. So at times it may be needed to inform them. Feel free to and just let me know. And at times it's really important for all of you to understand how this platform is going to work, because just after this brief presentation, we will move on to the workshop section, and that is where it becomes very interactive. You will be working parallelly in certain way while you will be listening to me. At times you may have some queries, and that will be clarified with a team of folks who will help you with any possible technical issues you may have, or if you need any kind of attention, or if you have an observation. This session is gonna be very interactive, and that is how we like it. So feel free to ask questions. All right. Moving further, so we were talking about the Google Cloud Platform, and what you see on your screen right now is just few examples of the n number of other things that Google has to offer on its cloud platform. You can call these are some of the most basics one, but it's really very small list. Just to give you a short view on this, I will also show you today a very extensive list, which will be hardly readable on the screen at the moment, but that document can also be shared shall you need it. All right. So primarily on Google Cloud Platform, we have our compute engine and app engine. Both we use it for computing purpose. In compute engine, you can create virtual machines. You can create your instance, virtual private network, and many other related activities. In app engine, you can have your apps developed for Android or other application. Particularly around the PaaS, if you're a developer, probably you like to use App Engine and you like to develop your code. If you are from infrastructure or from somebody who wants to build the system, you will definitely use a lot of Compute Engine. Today, we will be using Compute Engine primarily. And then it comes to storage. You have your cloud data storage, Cloud SQL, and cloud storage. We will talk specifically about storage as well. Networking. In today's session, we will not talk much about networking, but it's good to have a fair idea. Anything that happens in an in-house data center, load balancing or interconnect or DNS, these are just examples. This can also be done on cloud, and not only that, much more can be done over cloud. In BigQuery, data flow, Cloud Pub Sub. Today we will be doing a little bit talks and workshop lab around Cloud Pub Sub. For some of you, it could be new. It's a really nice concept to understand in message queuing. And then many services, Cloud DNS, endpoint, translate, prediction. We will not be using any of them, but probably we are definitely using cloud functions. Now, coming to servers, VMs, virtual machines, this could be for me one of the very basic concepts everybody should be knowing, and that's why I have brought this in this presentation. If you are going to learn cloud computing, you must understand what a virtual machine is, what servers on this machine looks like. And at the very beginning, when I said and told you the definition of cloud computing, at the same time, I said that this definition is incomplete and inaccurate. There was a reason for that, because there we talked that any resources, computing, storage, processing, if we do it via internet, it is cloud computing, or it can be said as cloud computing, which is very partially correct. Otherwise, it is wrong. Just accessing something over internet doesn't make it real cloud computing. Accessing resources via internet is just one attribute to it, apart from other factors. And what are those other factors? Let's understand from our local machine concept. So you all may be right now be part of this workshop using your laptops. You may have your desktop in front of your laptops. Some of you may also have your iPad or tablets or mobile devices. For today's workshop, that may not be the best thing to use, because we have to do the actual labs. So you must have your laptops and desktop to get the best benefit of the session. But just in case, if some of you are attending via your mobile devices, that is your local machine. You can touch it, feel it. What you see in your machine is exactly what you get. If your machine says you have got 6 gig of RAM, it has 6 gig of RAM. That's it, because it's a local machine. Everything that your hardware has, is exactly what you see. There's no difference in that. Now, there is another concept of remote machine. I can currently give you access of my machine through this, or probably since many of you are watching this on YouTube, probably you may not, but if you were a part of a meeting like WebEx or Zoom, we can exchange access of each other machine. In that sense, if I get access of your computer becomes a remote machine for me, and my computer, which I use to access your computer, becomes a local machine. And vice versa is also true. If I give you access of my machine, you may be working on your laptop or desktop, that becomes your local machine, and my laptop or desktop for which I give you access, that becomes a remote machine. So here also, all exchange of information and all activity will happen via internet. You will be able to access my computing, my storage, the processing. You may be able to install apps, uninstall apps. You can do literally anything that I can do from my machine. But we will not call it a cloud computing structure, because everything that you see is exactly the way it exists. The concept of virtual machine makes it very different from what it looks like for local and remote, because in virtual machine, the hardwares are not exactly how it looks like. So if you are accessing a remote machine, your remote machine attributes are same as it appears. While if you are accessing a virtual machine which resides over cloud computing, your attributes may be very different on the other side, on the data center. It may be very different from how it appears. And for that, I will request you to have your attention on the image here, which is, you all may be aware of a basic computing segregation, like you have your hardware, then you have your OS, or top of OS, you install your application. That is a very structured segregation of computing device. Your hardware, you install an OS on it. On OS, you install application, and that is how everything is tied in together. It performs for you. But when you are accessing a machine, a virtual machine, or a computer on cloud computing, it may show you that it has got 8 gig of RAM and this much terabyte of hard disks and this much computing. But when you go to the actual data center, there's nothing like that. You don't see any specific RAM of 8 gig. That is, you may see a aisle of RAM stacked together that may have like terabytes or petabytes of RAM, and one part has been just allocated. So how does it actually work is, in data center, they have all huge hardwares which may have a storage, servers, and networking equipment all tied in together. We can call it a single hardware. In that single hardware, you have something called a hypervisor that logically takes a request from you, and based on that, it creates your VM. So hypervisor does the logical segregation of your resources. It may take some gig of memory from storage. It can take some computing from the servers. It can take networking attributes, make it a computer for you. So for you, it may appear that it is a computer the way we are using it, but in actual, it's not the case. It's just a logical allocation to you. Since it is a logical allocation, it is easy to allocate it in the real time, almost in the real time. At the same time, it's very easy to deallocate it. So the same resource that was allocated to you can be used by somebody else in a fraction of a second, or in few seconds, depending upon how the architecture has been tied in. So that is what makes cloud computing more shareable resource without wastage of resources. If you have your computer right now, if you have to upgrade it, you will literally have to deal with disposing of your hardware and also the softwares that may not be compatible with the new one you are planning. But in cloud computing structure, most of it goes back to from where it came. You don't have to worry about disposing it. You don't have to worry about the cost as well. So upgrading is really easy in cloud computing. You just have to shut off your current machine and bring up a new one with the new configuration. As it can be done within few minutes most of the time. Not only for one computer, like you can spin thousands of virtual machines within a few minutes if you want to. While if you have to do the same setup in a local architecture in your in-premises organization, you may take really months for doing it accurately. All right. So if infrastructure is not expertise of an organization, what may end up to? This is just one graphics somebody made for the Happy Sysadmin Day for showing something. If this is not your expertise, if your job is to sell cake, if you are a cake company, you bake it and you sell it, you maintain IT because you have to take orders online, you have to do billing online, you have to process it, you have to take customer complaints, you have to build all the system. You may have to deal with IT, but since your expertise is in baking cakes, probably you may not be able to maintain data center in-house in the best possible way. Rather, if experts get it, they can do it in a better way. So if you have to change it, if you have to change this older strategy to the cloud strategy, just by changing the modules and moving to the cloud in the same way will not help. So this is a very funny quote which I like, and I put it across generally, is when you have to make a shift in the way organization is working, you not just move your models and replicate it, rather you have to rebuild it in a restructured way. So this is a good cartoon from A Cloud Guru, and which really means a lot when you actually understand the concept. So when you have to move away from this, you don't want to just replicate. How does something like this looks like, which is a photograph from one of the Google data center. It could be at any part of the world that we will see. So this is being managed by the experts who know how to manage all your architecture. So if instead of managing something this, because you need to get IT into your space, if you allow giants like Google, IBM, AWS Azure to look into it, they will probably manage it much better than you, and you can focus on your business. And that's the core idea of having cloud computing, that you focus on your business and leave your IT architecture to the best in industry hands. So now the data center that you see, one photograph here, just one insights of one aisle. It could be having dozens of such aisles in the same data center, and that is available in different parts of the world. There is a concept of regions and zone. The entire map of the world has been divided into multiple regions, and those regions could be like US East, US Central, then you have European East, European West, then you have Asia. So for all these regions, there can be multiple zones. So every region may have multiple zones. Every zone will have a data center, may have one or more data center. So this concept is also very important, depending upon where your business is based on, or depending upon where your target customers are based on. You will like to choose where you will like to spin your IT infrastructure, be it be just a virtual machine or a network of your virtual machines. Some of the commands we definitely want you to have a look at it now, because we would be using in our forthcoming session. You should be familiar with the concept of JSON. If you're not, just understand for now that, okay, this is something we will be using, which is a JavaScript object notation. Curl is a command we use for transferring data using various network protocol, be it FTP, HTTP, HTTPS, whatsoever. If we are transferring data using different network protocol, we can use curl as a command. YAML is another language which is very easy, and the syntaxes are like very quick to understand and then apply. That's why it is being used a lot in cloud computing area. Gcloud is a primary command line interface tool to create and manage Google Cloud resources. We would be certainly using this today. And SSH is secure shell. We use SSH to access a Linux virtual machine or Linux machine, to apply command to it, to update any application on it, to install something. BQ we may not be using today, but it's good to understand it means BigQuery. At times we can directly invoke these commands. All right. So now for this workshop, we had spoken briefly about different concepts. Now, in order to measure the success of the workshop, we have to keep a few things in mind. Today, we have to work in collaboration. So you will be working, I mean, this is a virtual session. The collaboration may be a bit limited, but still we have a team available for you who can help you with any possible question. And you can also share certain observation if you have. So it works both of the ways. Participants should be able to assist each other. I mean, in a virtual session, again, it may not be that easy. In our actual in-person session, participants themselves start assisting if they if they see there is a question primarily to somebody who is sitting near to them. At times, if somebody has a question, there can be somebody from the participant who is willing to help. It's not like a classroom lecture generally where somebody, or like if I'm presenting it, I would be speaking all the time. It's not the way we want it to be. We want it to be more collaborative and more interactive with each other. And all participants should complete the quest before presenter. This is general ask when we do in-person session, but may apply here as well, because once you get to know the flow of the structure, you have everything that is needed to do this workshop. You will have this available. You will have a study guide which has literally all the step-by-step things. You do not necessarily need a session or somebody to present it. The idea of we presenting it to is to highlight certain area which we feel could be tricky. Some of you who are new to technology may need some different attention, and how to use the platform itself. Once you get a hang of the platform, once you get a hang of the study material, it's very easy for you to take it further from there. Since I will spend time explaining things, and if you get a good understanding around this, you would be able to do it much quicker than me, because I will be spending time in explaining the concepts as well. So that is how we would measure the success of this workshop. Now, this is what you are going to earn today. This is the badge for baseline infrastructure. Now, we are not having certificates for this session, but in sessions for which we have certificates as well, we provide digital certificates, or depending upon if it is in person, we also provide physical certificates. But as part of today, you will at least have this badge, which you can add to your LinkedIn profile. We'll also show you how. Previously, when we spoke about the different element of cloud computing, I told you that I have just listed a few of them. But if you go to the detailed version, which actually comes from Google Cloud themselves, it is available on Google Cloud learning platforms as well. You see, these are the different areas as of now, and probably this may also be updated because Google keeps on adding new features and new attributes to its platform. You can always get the updated one, but there's a lot. If you have to learn this, I mean, this itself will take more than a year or so just to get familiar with all the terms, all the concept that it has to propose. But at some point, somebody has to begin based on your area of work, area of interest. You can choose this particular course of study, particular track, and you can build your understanding on it. All right. So at this point, before we begin again, you can take this URL, and I will be posting this URL directly in our meetup group as well. The QR code here is for the meetup group, where I recommend you to go and join, and we have your session name there as well. I will be posting there. Madhusha can take this and post on the YouTube channel. I know that folks are joining from different channels as well. I will take a pause here for a while so that you definitely get a chance to look at the document. Also, this document will give you a step-by-step instruction to apply a code. This code has also been mentioned in the document. This code will give you access to the platform, and you will have this subscription for a month so that you can use it to practice the labs. In order to do the workshop today, it is very important to apply the code, which is the actual gateway for you, which is the actual access for you. So I leave this on your screen for a while, and maybe in another 10 minutes. In the meantime, I will also see if there is any outstanding query or question. If you have to stay a bit more, definitely take note of this particular code. And I will be posting information from the meetup group as well, which you can go through the QR code here. And let's catch up again in next 10 minutes. What's the time now? Yeah. So I will leave this on your screen for a while, and then I will move it to the session. It's 11:54. So 12:05, we will be back. And in the meantime, I will look into the queries.
For those who the QR code, if it didn't work, I put the link on the chat. Double click it. I'm also going to share that on our Discord server so you can access the document that. Vimal, would you mind sharing the document on screen, please?
Sure, Madhusha. So let me take this.
And quickly giving like a tutorial.
All right. So, folks who have access to this document now, and I'll try to make it a bit larger for you. So, this is a step-by-step process to apply the subscription code. Now, I have given the summary part where I have just listed all the steps that needs to be followed, and after that, I have given the screenshots for each step that you will encounter, so that every point of time you can refer whether you are on the right steps. So the first thing that you need to do, this is the code for you. This is the code 1S Toronto hyphen 7856, including hyphen. You don't have to include the period after that, that dot. This code is only valid for today. So you won't be able to apply this code tomorrow if you wish to. So you must apply this code today. And in order to apply to that, I have given the link. You can go to the link.
By the way, they should disconnect from, if they already logged into Qwiklabs, they should log out. So make sure to pay attention to the instructions that are listed and follow it, because getting on the system is going to be a little tricky if this is the first time you're doing it.
Yeah, and let's give them some breathing space and time to get used to this, because this is important. Once they have this access thing, it will become easier and seamless. So when you go to the link that is provided, that is go.qwiklab.com Cloud Study Jam 2020, this is what opens. And here, today we would be enrolling into fundamental infrastructure. However, the quest that we are going to do is baseline infrastructure. The labs of baseline infrastructure and fundamental infrastructure is same, other than the fact that there is a challenge lab. You would not be covering the challenge lab as part of the workshop. You may further take it up. Rather, it is recommended to take this challenge lab. The name itself says it's a challenge lab. You must do it on your own. And if you have any difficulty, you can always post question on Discord. You can get in touch with us in many different ways. That is pretty much doable. But apart from that challenge lab, all other labs you will be doing, which will also parallelly complete your baseline infrastructure. So you will click on enroll here in fundamental architecture, and that is where you apply the code. This is the place where you go to a document, and this is the code. You apply it. You have to click on I'm not report, and you have to submit it. So the moment you come to this page after applying the code, on the top also here, you can see 1S Toronto 7856 just to 65, just to verify that your code is applied right. And you can see at the top on the address bar, that is one verification. Second, you have to click on join to enroll in this quest. So when you click on it, it will ask you to log in. So you can sign in with your existing login account. You don't have to register necessarily. If you wish to, it's your choice. But I would recommend you can go with your Google. You can go with your Google login. Since I was already logged into the browser, it directly logged me in. And again, I will click enroll into the quest.
So, Vimal, does this mean they can get 2 badges today if they were to complete?
If they complete the challenge lab, yes. So
and then if they complete the challenge lab.
Correct. So if we go here, so we would be covering pretty much this all till the last one. Like we will not cover the challenge lab. we don't have bandwidth as part of this workshop. Moreover, the nature of challenge lab itself is that you have to do on your own. If you find any issues, any difficulty, do let us know. The platform, Discord, other meetup, whatever is being shared, you are already in touch with us. You can get help from us, but will not be covered as part of the workshop. It is a challenge. Once you have understood all this, some of them are optional, and the optional one, we may not be covering all of it today, but it's highly recommended that you do all of it. Even if it is or, you do it. As part of workshop, I will pick one. I may explain the other one. Whatever is necessary for you to complete the quest of baseline infrastructure, which I will also share the link at a later point of time. But right now, we can directly go ahead and start doing it. Because the moment you do this lab, it also completes a lab of the baseline infrastructure automatically. So I will just repeat myself here again. Some of the labs here are optional, this or this. I will be doing one, explaining briefly other one. You can do like whichever you want at a point of time. But once you have done all of it, you go and do all of them, which is optional, like the or ones. Once you have completed all of them, all the optional one, all the necessary one, after that, you can start trying taking the challenge lab. This you can do, and you will be only able to do after the workshop. As part of the workshop, we will cover everything necessary to complete the baseline infrastructure. I will also show you at later point where to see this baseline infrastructure quest, basically, which is targeted for today. All right.
So we're getting a few questions from YouTube.
Okay.
So Sefer is asking, so we don't get a badge if we don't do the challenge. So I'm guessing the challenge is only associated with this Google Cloud foundational infrastructure. If you want to get that badge, you need to complete all the labs, and you get that badge. However, just follow what Vimal is doing today, and then you'll get the badge for fundamentals infrastructure. That's a different one.
Rather after doing the first lab, I will anyway maybe take you to the baseline infrastructure quest, and we can start continuing our labs from there. So when you go to the baseline infrastructure, you have all the labs at same, and this is the badge that you are going to earn today. And very much as part of this workshop itself, I'm very sure by 3 o'clock, if not by 3, by 4, you all will have this badge. You all can add this badge to your LinkedIn. I'm pretty sure you will be tagging us as well. And if you scroll down, everything is same other than the challenge lab. It's recommended that once this is completed, you go to the other one and you complete the challenge lab itself so that you have 2 badges. But for sure, I believe you can earn 1 badge today as part of the workshop itself.
So Vimal, I'm very curious. How many badges do you have in your profile?
So my badges are scattered across different login because I have to use multiple login because Qwiklabs has certain limitation in the number of times a lab can be tried. So I have my personal one. Right now I have logged in with the GDG Cloud login. So I will have to count it. I will have to count it, but there would be many in my personal one. Yeah.
So there's something interesting too. If you go back to the Cloud Study Jams 2020 tab that you have open at the top.
Sorry, come again.
The Cloud Study Jams tab.
This one?
Your window, yeah, the middle one, yeah. So if you were to pay attention over there, so Google Cloud skill badges, and if you scroll down a little bit, all the way to the bottom, yeah. So then you have infrastructure and architecture badges. So add some context from Google's side. We realized initially it was these badges are lined up to help you to certification in a career. So you can get certified as a cloud architect and so on and so forth. So if you were to collect some of these, it will give you the foundation, the ones at the top 2, as the necessary skills that are required for you to complete to get those certifications. Now, another thing I want to mention is this is the same tools. These are the same platforms that we use internally to onboard and train our sales engineers and cloud engineers. So you're not getting secondhand. These are the same content, the same strategies that we implement internally for Google, which we in return doing this. And plus you get access to this for free, which otherwise you would have to pay just for this 24 hours at a time. So when you unlock some of these, once you complete some of these labs, You'll get access to go do some of these things on your own, which you're welcome to do. And then we have other developer student clubs who are planning a few other events on a few other topics outside of the foundation and the fundamentals to kind of elevate those skills and things that you require that you can use when you are getting your certification, looking for jobs and some things to showcase. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, that was definitely a good information for the participants who are willing to have a continuous journey of learning in cloud computing. So what we are going to do today is pretty basic one, but it doesn't stop you to stay at the basic one. You can take it forward. You can, and the best thing would be to learn here, practice as much as you can, and get the Google certifications, the Cloud Associate or DevOps, machine learning, network, or even architect based on your area of interest and your practice. This is really a good thing because having something over a presentation and working it actually in a lab in the actual environment, it not only gives you knowledge, it also gives you experience. So after this, when you go to the actual place of work, if you go to a desk in your office and you join as a cloud engineer or somebody, even if you are a student and if you go, you will feel like, okay, you know it, you have worked on it, right? And that's gonna be a very big advantage to you compared to others.
So Vimal, I get this question all the time when I talk to students and when I talk to. Oh, wait a second. Are we on time? Just Ram just pinged me.
No worries. I guess this is your informative segment, and considering the time we have like 3 hours remaining for the session almost. It's fine if you can clarify some of the questions that most of the participants may have. So because I'm very much focused on getting them enrolled using the code, which is very important. I'm pretty sure our team would be helping them out if they have a question or query. On the document itself, let me also show you. At the end, I have given just in case, if nothing works out to you, you are not able to get the access because we will measure the access is like if you go to the profile here. For me, it shows monthly subscription. That is what you all are supposed to see, but you will not get it immediately. You will initially get 5 or 4 or 7 or 9 such credit point. I have shown that in here in the document, how it will look like. It must be in one of the screenshots. Yeah, here you can see this 9 credits. So it may be 9 or 5 or whatever. Even if you get that, that is fine, because at the beginning, when you apply the code, they give you some credit point, and when you start working, actually, they give you a monthly subscription. This is for the purpose that you take the code, but not only take the code, you actually work on it. So there are many people who subscribe to it but don't actually work, so they don't want to keep the resources allocated because it comes at a cost which is being provided to you for free. So they definitely want to make sure that you are using the resources that is being allocated. So once you start actually working on it, then you get it as a monthly subscription. So you should not worry if you see less points here. Further, if everything you do, it doesn't work. I have seen at times that in the code, we have used 2020, it didn't work, but that when folks tried 2019, it did work. So I've given that as an alternate as well. If this one also doesn't work, you have this chat section on your cloud. I can show you in the real time. Like here at the bottom in the blue, on the right side, you can put your name, your email. In department, you can say Qwiklabs General and put your message. Tell them that you are participating in this workshop and you were given this code which is not working. They will help you out. So that is another support that you can get. So I will give you another 5 minutes. It's 12:09 right now. Let me join back at 12:15, and from there we will start with the labs. By any chance, during that time, if still you have issues with the lab, still it is fine. Okay, so I can see somebody saying there's 0 credits for you. So I will advise you to unenroll yourself and follow the process again. You should be able to see if the code will apply, it should show you some credit. It should not be 0. It should be more than 0. It could be 4, 5, 9, 7, whatever it is. It should be more than 0. So for any reason, if any of you do not get your code applied even while I start with the session, still it is okay. You can follow me. The session is being recorded. You will have the content available anyway. You follow me throughout the session for next 2-3 hours. You understand the concept here. You will have the recording available. You will have the study material available. And after that, you can work on applying your code, and still you can complete it. You may not be able to complete it by 3. For those who are not able to apply the code now, that is still perfectly all right. It doesn't stop you from completing. You will have time till evening, even if you want to do tomorrow. We would highly recommend that you complete it today itself before midnight. And the reason being that we will pull out those stats that who all have completed these labs in a single day. We generally run some prizes for folks, some quizzes who have this completed. So I want you all to be part of it. We have some Google swags, we have some GDG swags which we can roll out, but you will be eligible only if you complete it by today. Even we may have some hacks for folks who complete it tomorrow, but of course majority of our activity will be around folks who came and joined us on 24th of October, and by evening or by night they have completed it. So that's the primary focus area. So with this, yeah, Madhusha, go ahead.
So that going back to your question, if you just logged into Qwiklabs and try to access this quest, that's not going to work. So you need to log out of it. If you already subscribed, unsubscribe from it, and then follow the link that I shared a little earlier on this tiny URL, the GDG guide, the few messages earlier. In the document, Vimal directs you straight to the link that you need to go. You click it, then you add the code that we provided, and then you log yourself in, and that'll unlock the code, the credits that you're looking for. So keep that in mind for everybody who's tuned in.
All right, folks. So with this, as I said, in next 3-4 minutes, I will start with the next segment of the session. I too will take a break. Let me get my coffee here, and then we will start with the segment. If you have already applied the code, take a break. Take your bio break, glass of water, coffee, whatever you need, and we will be back in another 3-4 minutes.
Okay, so if you're still having issues logging into Discord, the description has the link that you're looking for. Let me put that back up here, so you'll be guided. And we have people here. We have members of our community there to support you with any issues that you're facing. bit.ly/DISC TOTV is the short link. Once you type it in, it'll take you to the server that we have set up. You will see this welcome message. Welcome to give it a read if you want, if you have the time. Then you only see 2 channels, and the second channel is the rules channel. You need to go spend some time, go through the rules, and at the bottom of it, make sure to hit that check mark, and that will unlock all the other channels. So you need to get unlocked to access the rest of them. And let's say you're having an issue, you can't enter the code, you have trouble figuring out what to do. We have these Q&A lobbies set up for you. So you just click on one of these lobbies, and then somebody will jump on to help you out. So if I were to go here, and if I were to tap it here, I know Jay's here, and you can unmute yourself and just ask a question saying, hey, I have trouble getting access to this. Can somebody jump in and help you out? So, and then somebody will jump in, help you out with it. Make sure getting access to the portal is very important. Make sure you know how to enter the code, and after that, it's going to be a breeze for you, because it's going to unlock you other sessions that you can do on your own, as well as it'll unlock that 30-day access from Qwiklabs. So make sure to play around with it. Give it a few more minutes. I know this is going to be a longer session. You're going to be tired, but if you can complete at least 1 or 2 labs today, you can pace yourself when you want to go and complete the rest of them. And you're not going to be doing it alone. Somebody from our community is always going to be accessible through our Discord once we even have to complete the live stream here. So that's another quick plug for Discord. And then, okay, hold on one second. Somebody's asking a question there. I'm going to quickly bounce. Yeah, so you have the general channel where you can see everybody else is joining. We announce other events that we run on the live stream session. So stay tuned for that. And Cloud Study Jams is just one of the events that we run. We're still running our Flutter series every Thursday. So if you're interested in learning Flutter, you can tune in and join the stream as well. But then Cloud Study Jams will help you understand the cloud infrastructure and the fundamentals. So when you want to take your application that you built with Flutter or on Android or web that we are working on presenting in a few weeks, you'll be able to know how to integrate the two and launch it. You can be an entrepreneur, you can be a hobbyist, somebody who's interested, or maybe somebody who's looking to make a career change. So we have all these different streams set up for you to learn at different stages. Now, for example, say you forgot or you didn't know about these communities and you didn't get a chance to join. All our video series are available here as well. So you missed the Flutter development series, you can jump on here. 2 weeks ago, we ran our Cloud Study Jams. You can jump on there and then go through it. And we have other guest speakers, like, for example, Dr. John Hennessy was a guest with our communities 2 weeks ago. You can listen to his talk when Rahul interviewed him, and so on and so forth. That being said, I see Vimal is back. I'm going to hand it back to Vimal.
All right, Madhusha, thanks for providing additional information while I took my small water break. All right, so folks, how it's gonna look like at this point, I assume that many of you may have applied the code. Some of you may still be struggling with it, which is, as I said, is perfectly all right, as long as you follow us through the session and you have the step-by-step document, you have the code available. Even after the session, you can apply the code and the recording is available to you, study material is available to you. So what I will do is now, let me start with this segment. And before I start, let me introduce you to Ram Kumar Arun here, who has also joined the session. He's a founder and organizer of GDG Cloud Toronto. And I will walk you through a couple of slides more, and then we'll hand over to him, and he will make you do the first lab or maybe a couple of labs. I will join back once and when. So between me and Ram, we would be walking through the different labs, different segment of it. At the beginning, somewhere within half an hour or so, we will also have our first quiz. So do participate in that quiz. As we said, we have some Google swags, we have some GDG swags, and we will run those quizzes, comes with prizes. For that, it's very important for you to have RSVP'd on Meetup as well, because that is one of the mandatory criteria we have made. So do join us on Meetup here. If you haven't joined, this is the QR code. You can quickly join over there. And when we run the quizzes, we will be sharing our codes from that. At the same time, when you go to the Meetup, do RSVP on the DevFest event. That is one event I would love to see you all. We will have some certificates, prizes, swags, apart from the speaker session, workshops. As I said, it's a 36 hours of very extensive event, which will happen across geographies, across timelines. So I'm sure you will love it. All right. So let me move further to our next slot. All right, so this one is already past our session. Let's talk a little more about Google Cloud Storage, and we are going to talk about Google Cloud Storage at this point because we would be using it immediately. We would be using it immediately while our first lab is being done. So whenever we use a computing device, what are the different components that we need? Computing, storage, When you have computing on top of it, you will have your OS, you will have your application, and you will have n number of different hardware to support your activity. But this is even if you go to if some of you are old enough to know back 3 decades earlier, there used to be devices called floppy disk, which will also have the OS, which will also have your content, and which will also have your application. And then eventually we had hard disks. After that, you had your concept of CDs, DVDs, Blu-ray disc, and nowadays it's solid state devices which is being used. Hard disks is still pretty much common. Now, when we are moving this entire ecosystem, entire infrastructure to cloud platform, we need alternatives for everything, like alternatives. How will be the cloud storage stored over there? So, depending upon the object storage, whether it be a high performance object storage or backup or archival storage, you may use your cloud storage for multiple purpose. The most common purpose is to use your cloud storage in the real time. If you are using it in the real time, that means for those areas for which you have uh, um, like you are doing something, you need to access your storage now. You are saving a document, create a document, and you want to store it now. That is where your high performance object storage is used. And then you have a concept of backup or archival storage. So it could be less frequent access, low frequent access, or lowest frequent access. We can also call it something like near line, core line, or archive. Remember these terms. These are also like certification question. If you are writing certification exam, you definitely would get a question from this slide in case you are interested. Today, our primary focus would be around a standard when we go to the labs. But as to the concept, you must know this. If you want to access a data somewhere like once in a month, you like to keep it in a near line. If you want it in a quarter, it can be in a core line. If it is for a year, it can be in an archive. And when it is real time, this is standard. Now there are other way we can define and segregate our cloud storage. You can call it a multi-regional when your storage is spread across different region, or regional if your storage is only available for a region. Say for example, I can save a data and I don't want people from Europe or Asia to access it. Probably I will go for the regional storage. Nearline is the same that we saw previously, and there are different attributes which is provided here. And we have this core line as well. If you don't want to use your data very frequently, you will use your core line. So this is just for your reference to go through. Since this is recorded, you can always refer back and go through the detail. Our primary focus is in object storage today. Now, question is, out of all the options, where do I store my stuff? Where do I store my data? It again depends what is your need. If it is a standalone object data, you can keep it in your cloud storage, where we have the concept of buckets. And then you have in-memory, non-relational, relational, same like your SQL or databases. There be non-relational database or relational database like Cloud SQL or Cloud Spanner, non-relational database like Cloud Data Store or Cloud Bigtable, and then Cloud Memory Store. And these are the different real-time storage that you may use, or you may have your warehouse like BigQuery. So these are the different terms, and the logo you see in blue and the terms that you see, these are the different offerings from Google Cloud Platform, which you can see in the option when we will take it through. So this concept is very important, cloud bucket. So the bucket resources represent the bucket in Google Cloud Storage. Just like the name suggests, bucket is a segregation of an item where you can keep whatever you want to. It's a single global namespace shared by all buckets. So if you name a bucket, the same name cannot be used by anybody else globally. Same like your email ID or your web domain name. Once somebody has taken a bucket name on the Google Cloud Platform, it cannot be used by anybody else. So we will also go through the bucket name requirement. And bucket contains objects which are assessed by their own storage method. In addition to their property, bucket contains access control, use of fine-grained manipulation of existing bucket access, and a bucket is always owned by a project team or the owner. Now, how to create this bucket, how to use this bucket, we will see in a while. And for this, we'll have to go to the lab. I will, since you are already in your Qwiklabs platform, now let me tell you how it's going to look like. And you will get familiar when you do your first lab. So you will have a Qwiklabs platform where you will have your study material, you will have your credentials available. From there, it will take you to the cloud platform, which is the actual cloud platform, which is not a dummy or an emulator, which is the actual Google Cloud platform. You will use the information on the study material, and you will use it on the cloud platform to do the labs. So at this point, I would like to check with Ram if he's ready. And don't worry about break time here. We are not doing break time. I have kept this a screenshot for either we are taking a lab time or a break time. We will use this. But for now, your lab time has not started. I will mention on the time when it starts. If we are giving you a break or if we are giving you a time to do your lab or workshop, we will use this slide here. So I kept it as a filler. At this point, let me all right, so from this point, Ram, can you hear me? Are you willing to take it forward to the labs?
Yeah, Vimal. Can you guys hear me?
No, they won't be able to respond. I can hear you, Ram. Because folks are listening this on YouTube most of the time. They can respond through Discord as well.
You can hear me. Just to make sure my mic is working, right? All right. So
All right.
let me share my screen. And once it's up, we can get started. So, Vimal, do you guys see my screen?
Let me stop my screen first.
Perfect. I think you guys should be seeing the screen now.
Yes, I can see the screen now. I guess we are good to go from there.
Okay. So before I start, I'm going to make few assumptions here. One, that you guys have used the code that has been provided to you a while ago, and you guys have successfully logged into Qwiklabs account. So that's my assumptions. I'm hoping if you guys have any issues with your access or credits, just reach out to the Discord group and they will be able to help you guys out. So today's quest is going to be baseline infrastructure. So we are going to learn some basic concepts on the infrastructure. And to start with, it's going to be around storage buckets. Before I start anything about the storage buckets, I just want to clarify one thing. I just want to make sure that you guys understand this. So there is two different quests. Quest 1 says perform foundational infrastructure tasks in Google Cloud. This is a quest. Within a quest, you guys have a couple of labs that needs to be completed. And there are optional labs. When it says or, that's an optional lab. So a quest has one or more labs. And there is another lab, which is your original baseline infrastructure lab. So this is another quest. And within this quest, there is a couple of labs. So today we are going to just make sure that we understand this clearly. So there are times where you will see a same lab being part of another quest as well. It means if I complete this lab, cloud storage quick start, cloud console under baseline infrastructure, once you complete this lab successfully, you need not repeat that lab if it is on any other quest. So in this case, you can see the first lab is exactly the same in both the quests: cloud storage, quick start, cloud console under perform foundational infrastructure task. And it is the same lab under baseline infrastructure as well. So the understanding at the bottom line here is If I do a lab, and if that lab is under multiple quests, I do not have to repeat that lab under every quest. All I have to do is just enroll into the new quest, and then you will see that the completion of the quest is automatically kicking in once you are into the new lab as well. So at this point, I want to make sure that you guys have signed into your Qwiklabs. And in case if you're seeing a different page, just make sure that you type this name, Perform Foundational Infrastructure, on the search bar. So in here, I'm just typing, once you start typing Perform Foundational Infrastructure, you will see the third lab. Just make sure that you're choosing the right lab, right? The names might be misleading at times. So make sure the lab that you're choosing is Perform Foundational Infrastructure Tasks in Google Cloud. It is not the challenge one, it is this lab. So once you find it, click enter, and you should be into this particular lab, Perform Foundational Infrastructure Tasks in the Google Cloud. As just like what I'm seeing right now. So all you're doing is typing the name of the quest, hit enter, and then you get options. The first quest is what we are going to do. Click on that quest hyperlink. Once you click on it, on the right side of the screen, you will find a button like what I'm seeing right now. The button would say enroll in this quest. Click on enroll in this quest. And this is very important. You must enroll in a quest in order for your lab completion to be tracked. So make sure that you always click on the blue button. And once you click on it, you should see the blue button now changing to a red one. So if you see a red button, you are good to go. You don't have to click on this one. So you must be enrolled. So now, as part of this lab, the first lab, as I said, it's the same lab under both the quest, baseline infrastructure, and perform foundational infrastructures. So let's start with the first lab. The first lab titles Cloud Storage Quick Start Cloud Console. So as the name says, it's about storage. So we are going to learn how do I create a storage space in Google Cloud Platform. How do I upload file? How do I access a file that I have uploaded using a public URL? Which means, for instance, I'm adding, let's say, a particular image file to my storage space in my Google Cloud account. I need to generate an URL and be able to share that URL with anybody, and those people with those URLs can access that file without any problem. So this is a basic lab that we're going to get started with. Before I start with this, I want to make you guys understand how Qwiklabs works. I understand that a lot of you might have already used Qwiklabs. So for people who have already used Qwiklabs, I think there should not be a problem at all. But if you're a first-time user to Qwiklabs, it's pretty simple and straightforward. All you need to understand is there is a quest. Under each quest, you have a couple of labs. When you complete all the labs under a quest, you earn a badge of completion, which you can add to your LinkedIn profile, right? Now, I have gone into a quest. Within a quest, my first lab is Cloud Storage Quick Start Cloud Console. So I'm going to start this lab. Before I start the lab, I want to make sure that you guys do not start the lab, because once you start the lab, the timer on the left side would start counting. So once the timer starts ticking, it's a rundown timer. So you must complete this lab before the timer ends. So my suggestion to you guys at this point is, since it's probably the first time for a few of you guys, hold on until I say go ahead and start. Let's understand what this lab is all about from start to finish. A quick glance is what we will do, and then we will start the lab. Once I start the lab, let me start the lab, and you guys can wait at this point so that you do not waste your time. You do not lose your time. So let me start the lab. So I'm going to click on Start Lab here. It's going to confirm that I'm not a robot. As image captcha kicks in, traffic lights. So I'm just going to select the traffic lights, verify. This is to make sure that you're passing the captcha successfully and it's not automated. So I'm going to launch with 1 credit in my case, but your case might be use subscription. So what you see might be a little different here just because of the kind of accounts that we have. So in your case, you will see use subscription. So once you start the lab, as I said before, the timer would start running. You will have a button called Open Google Console. When you click on the Open Google Console, you're going to see a sign-in page, which is pretty much similar to your Google sign-in. So make no mistake, you're not going to sign in using your personal email address at this point. This is very important because you're using your personal Gmail account only to sign in into Qwiklabs. Within Qwiklabs, there is a quest, and within a quest, you have a couple of labs. Every lab will give you a temporary username and password and a project ID to complete a lab. You must use this username and password to complete a lab. If you use your personal email address to log in and complete a lab, you may not be able to complete labs at times because of the kind of permission that are predefined for this username using identity access management may not be working for your personal Gmail account under this project ID. So always make sure that you're using the username and password that's provided to you when you start the lab. So I'm going to take this username by clicking on this icon. Do not click your mouse and copy because you might make some mistake, copy an extra space. So always go with this icon, click and copy. So I'm going to just jump towards my account. And as a best practice, always try to use your account in incognito mode, your browser in incognito. It helps avoid any session bleeding due to cookies. But if not, it's still fine. So I'm just entering my username, click on next, copy the password, and click on next. So this is going to take you through steps which are pretty similar to signing up a new Google account. So simply click on accept. Do not enter your phone number or your recovery email. It's for simple reasons that this is a temporary email address. Once you complete the lab, this email account is going to be deactivated for you. You cannot use this anymore, right? So there's no point in giving a recovery phone number or a recovery email. Just simply click on confirm. Once you click on confirm, it's going to launch the default Google Cloud Platform console to you. At this stage, what you're seeing is called Google Cloud Platform Console. It loads with a basic dashboard, and I'm simply selecting I agree to the terms, agree and continue. So what you're seeing at this stage is what we call Google Cloud Platform. People who might have worked on AWS or on Microsoft Azure, the dashboard is pretty much like the same, right? You log in into a cloud platform, it gives you a default landing page and a default dashboard. The dashboard shows the details of your project ID, and always as a best practice, I confirm my project ID to be matching with the project ID on my Qwiklabs. So 79062, and what I'm looking at here is 79062 C2. And also make sure that you mouse hover on your avatar and confirm that you're using the student account that is given to you using the Qwiklabs, so that even by any mistake, you're not using your personal account. Perfect. Now, I'm going to go back and pause here for a minute and want to make sure that you guys have understood how we have navigated from using your personal Google account, logged into your Qwiklabs, you searched for the lab quest, perform foundational infrastructure quest, within that quest, you clicked on an enroll button. Once you click on enroll button, you saw the first lab, you clicked on the first lab, you have a start lab button, you clicked on it, and the timer starts running, and you have taken this username and password, clicked on the open Google console, logged in using this account. So it's pretty simple, and this is going to be the standard process for all the labs. So I'm not going to repeat this lab steps for any of the future labs. So make sure that you guys are comfortable here. Now let's look at what we are actually going to do in this lab, right? And half of the steps is already completed. And at this point, you can pause for next 5 minutes, and then you can start your lab, and you should be completing the lab in 15 to 20 minutes or less. So what I've done, I've completed all these steps, which is starting the lab and signing in with my username and password and logged into the Google Cloud platform. Now, as Vimal has already touched base, they are telling you to go to the navigation menu, which is the 3 horizontal bar on the left side of your screen. So you will click on the navigation menu. You will go under the storage option, browser, and you will create a bucket. And we are going to do this hands-on at this point. But every time you do a lab, always before you start the lab, you can always go through the lab once quickly to understand what I'm going to do and then start the lab. It helps you save time. It helps you understand what your entire lab is going to be. It also helps you understand any hiccups that you might have to be careful. So I'm going to create a bucket, and there are guidelines that we'll talk about for the name of a bucket. And once I create a bucket successfully, I'll check my progress of completion. With Qwiklabs, you can see that there is a progressive scoring that happens when you progress through the lab. So if I create a bucket successfully, check my progress, the score is going to be updated here. This indicates that you're completely doing the right thing. And there is a couple of questions that you need to answer. And then you're going to upload an object into the bucket. The object would be an image file, and they've also given you an image file here. You can use your own image or the image that's given here. And we will delete the image. We will upload it again. We will rename the file that's uploaded, and then we will check the progress. And then we'll answer a few questions, and we will add permission around the object to make sure the object that you have uploaded is accessed by any user, provided they have a URL to access. So it's kind of like internet enabled file. So you are going to add some permissions, and then you will check the progress, and then you will add 2 folders, folder 1, folder 2 within your bucket, and you will again add the image. You will edit permissions, and you will delete the folders, and that's pretty much what you're going to do. So that's really the summary of this entire lab. Now, I have already spoken for 10 minutes, and at this point, I just want you guys to start with me, right? And I'm going to pause for 2 minutes so that you guys can click on the Start Lab. Go ahead, click on the Start Lab, click on Open Google Console, take the username, password, and sign in into your Google Cloud platform. I'm going to, it's 12:03 at this point. I'm going to wait for 2 minutes. It's so that you guys can log in into your Google Cloud platform and see what I'm seeing right now. So please go ahead, click on Start Lab, and take the username and password, log in, and make sure that you are on the landing page as I'm here. And meanwhile, people who have already completed those steps, this is also an opportunity for you guys to read the entire lab and understand what you guys are going to do. And once we get hands-on, it's going to be much, much faster. We'll do probably in 10 to 15 minutes. And Madhusha, any questions on the YouTube?
We are getting a few. They're stuck. We don't know where to start. So those who missed how to add the code and go through that process, I highly recommend taking all those questions to Discord. We have all the Q&A lobbies up and running. I'll quickly share how that works. You can find the Discord link in the description of the YouTube channel. I can put it up here very quickly once again so you don't miss out on anything. Here's the link to join our Discord server. You'll get prompted to the welcome page, and you'll see the rules page. You need to agree at the bottom of the rules page to access our server. And once that's there, you'll get access to the stages and Q&A lobbies. You click on the Q&A lobby. These are voice channels. You unmute yourself and say, hey, I can't put my code here. And then you also have the option to share your screen, and one of our volunteers, tutors, will be able to jump and help you out. So I highly recommend, if you're struggling here with any things that you need to verify, welcome to jump on that and go through it, because I don't want to let Ram repeat what we did a few minutes ago. So Ram, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Madisha. All right, guys. So at this point, I'm going to assume that you guys are on the landing page of the Google Cloud platform successfully. And please mouse hover always on your avatar to make sure that it's not your personal Gmail account. And that will ensure that you guys are on the right account. I'll also verify my project ID. These are basic checks that you do every time. But once you get comfortable, you will know if ever you're using a different account, you should just mouse over on your avatar. Now, let's get started with the actual hands-on. So the first step, if you guys can switch to the Qwiklabs page, just simply scroll down, and all we are going to do is create a bucket. Now, I'm going to go to the Google Cloud page and make sure that you understand that this is a simple navigation page with a lot of menus, and there are different sections. Each section has different set of utilities for you guys. I call them utilities because under compute, there is a section called compute. Within compute, you have the ability to do a lot of things. Today's session on this particular lab is going to be around storage. So I'm going to navigate by scrolling down the left panel, as you can see, and I'm going to scroll down slowly, and there you go. I'm going to be on the storage section. Under storage section, you have three options: file store, storage, and data transfer. At this point, I'm not going to do any data transfer. I'm not going to do any file store things. I'm going to do just simply create a storage bucket. For that, go to storage, and if you mouse hover on storage, you will automatically see something called browser monitoring and settings. At this point, click on the browser. Once you click on the browser, it's going to load the page for you guys to create a bucket. Now, everybody should see this page, and I'm going to just close the information panel so that I have a full screen of what I really need. And I'm going to click on create a bucket. Now, what is a bucket? I think Vimal has given a good summary of it, but just to refresh your minds, a bucket, simply imagine you are creating kind of like a drive, right? So when you have your own computer, you will create your in your personal computer, you have C drive, D drive, and E drive. Similar to that, you can assume you cannot do a real apple to apple mapping here, because there are certain things about drives, there are certain things about buckets. But just for an easy understanding, a bucket is nothing but a storage space, right? And within a bucket, you will create folders, as many folders as you want. You can upload as many files as you want. So from that concept, I'm just saying that you can assume that if you have a computer, you will create a C drive or a D drive. Likewise, assume I'm creating a bucket. So I'm going to click on a create bucket by clicking on the plus button. Now, you need to understand that the name of your bucket is very, very important. You must always understand the naming guidelines for creating a bucket. For example, I cannot create a bucket name which includes the word Google. I cannot create a bucket name with dots. It allows you to create with dots, but you must verify that you are the owner of that dot, whatever the extension that you are specifying. It's called verification of your DNS. So for example, in here, let's go to Qwiklabs and let's read the bucket name rules, because this is very important. Do not include sensitive information in the bucket name because the bucket namespace is global and publicly visible. Now, what you need to understand from this point is the namespace is global and publicly visible. So do not include any sensitive information here. When it says your namespace is global, the thing that immediately should strike your mind is it also implies that the bucket name must be unique across every account, every user. You cannot have the same bucket name as me. The reason is simple. It's global namespace, which means I cannot use, let's say, google.com as a bucket name. One, the word Google is not allowed. Number two, anything that you specify with a dot must undergo a verification so that you can prove that I own this domain. Number three, somebody is already owning it, so you cannot own it. It's that simple, right? And a bucket name must contain lowercase letters, numbers, and dashes. Names containing dots require verification. For example, if you say example.com, then you must verify that bucket name to make sure that you own that domain namespace. It can start with a number or a letter. It cannot start with something like an underscore or something. You cannot use IP address for a bucket name, because as you know, it's global namespace. You cannot put something like 192.168.5.4, which is a private IP address that anybody could be using within their networks. So you cannot use something like that. So this is very important to understand the naming guidelines for a bucket. Now, let me go back and specify a bucket name that I believe would be unique. So in my case, I'm going to use, let's say, baseline infrastructure, BL infra underscore October 24, 2020. And I'm assuming this name is going to be available to me. I'm going to click on continue. Looks like it's available. Now, once you create a bucket, you need to choose where this bucket is going to be hosted. Now, imagine and understand that when we say cloud, what does this word mean, cloud? The word cloud means, the word cloud is nothing but a physical data center sitting somewhere in the world. And you have the ability to choose that data center, or in other words, the region, the geographical region in which that data center might reside. So I'm going to choose multi-region. Now, what is a region, a dual region, or a multi-region? Now, a region is nothing but a geographical region in which Google has its data center physically. A dual region, when you choose the option dual region, Google, for high availability, pairs two different regions. So it could be Finland and it could be another country where Google has paired those to say you will get a high availability and a low latency if you go with this dual region hosting. So multi-region, it could be anywhere. I can choose one in US. Within US, there could be multiple other regions like US Central, West, East, or something. For our lab, I'm going to choose multi-region. Now, storage classes. Storage classes are very important. The basic or the fundamental storage class is standard. If you are hosting important data, then you need to use standard as your default storage class, because when you use standard, it gives you high availability and you will host the data that you will frequently access. Let me make sure that I'm on time as well. Okay, I have 10 minutes and I can always restart this lab. So you need to understand the differences about all of these storage classes. To keep it short, the standard storage will give you high availability, and you will use hot data. When I say hot data, it's pretty much like uh, any data that I want immediately to access, and I need that data to be available at all times with a high availability. I'll go with standard. When I say nearline, it's going to be low cost. There's a cost associated based on the storage class that you will select. So if you select nearline, you're going to be charged less. The data is going to be durable, but you will store infrequently accessing data. The data that I will access not every day, maybe weekly once or monthly once. So those kind of data will be stored in nearline. Similar to that, cold line would be another storage class which is very low cost and it's still durable, and I'll use infrequent access data. It's better than standard and nearline in scenarios where you don't care about availability. Even if the data is not there, I'm still okay. I can select the data later on. So those are the situations where you will go for cold line. And archive, as the name suggests, is the lowest and durable storage. It's going to be used for backing up. If you want to back up your data, you'll choose that. In this case, let me choose standard. Now, access control. The access control is very important around a bucket. In case if my timer is going to run out, I'm not going to be worried about it much, because these are very important and you need to understand this. When I say fine grain and uniform, there's two types of access control that you get around a bucket. One, the bucket is, when you choose fine grain, you have a bucket. Within a bucket, you have one or more files. You have the ability to make a certain file public, and the other files in that bucket will still be private. Nobody can access it. So that's what they mean as fine grain. You have the ability to control object level permissions to make it public or private, whereas in uniform you don't have that option. What you just, either you have only the ability to set the permission at a bucket level. Either you say private or you say bucket, and that applies to all the files under that bucket when you choose the access control to be uniform. So in this case, I'm going to choose fine grain and click on continue. I'm choosing fine grain because I'm going to access that file publicly, and I don't want to set up permission for the entire bucket. Okay, and click on create. Your bucket should be created. And once the bucket is created, you should see that bucket name. You should be automatically taken into that bucket. So at this point, I'm going to simply check my progress, and it shows I've created the bucket successfully. There's a green check mark, and you can also see the score has already gone to 50% of completion. Now, let us answer the quiz as well. Every bucket must have a unique name across the entire cloud storage namespace. True or false? The answer is true, because as we discussed, it's across not just my account, across the entire Google Cloud, or it's going to be unique. Cloud storage offers which storage classes? I think standard, yes, cold line, archive, and nearline. We have discussed each of them in detail, so we are good here. Now, they have given you an image to upload. Either you can upload an image from your own personal computer, or you can simply right click on this image link, open it in a different browser like this, save this image into your desktop, and now go back to the bucket. I'm going to click on upload files and upload a file. This is the file that I've downloaded. And do not worry if your timer is running out. You can always restart the lab. But when you restart the lab, you're going to repeat the step from start to finish. You're not going to resume from where you stopped last time. So you should be able to complete the lab within time, because you started later than when I started. I started a while ago before you guys, right? So I'm going to simply upload the file. The upload is complete. You will see upload complete. And I'm going to rename this file to ada.jpg. Simply rename. And how do I rename? The three dots that you see against that file, Simply click on that. You will see an option to rename. Click on the rename and make sure that you're using this name. You cannot use your own name. That's the name suggested in your lab, and they track the completion. So I'm going to check my progress, completed, and make sure that you're using the same name as they have provided. If you use some name, you're not going to be able to do it. Now, object names must be unique only within a given bucket. Is it true or false? It's true, because only the bucket name must be unique, but any files that I create within a bucket can be used as a file name by somebody else, right? So it can be used. Now I'm going to share this object publicly. So what does that mean? I should be able to generate a URL for anybody to access this file. How do I do that? Simply select the file, click on the three dots, and you have an option to edit permission. Click on edit permission. Now, under edit permission, I'm going to add an entry and say public. Make sure you add this public, all users, and select reader. So this is very important. You must add public under entity. You must add all users under the name. You must add reader under access, and then click on save. Once you click on save, you can see a URL is automatically generated and it says public to internet on this file, and copy URL is enabled. So I'm going to click on copy URL and paste to make sure that anybody with this URL now can access the file without logging into the Google Cloud. So if I share this URL with you all, you guys can access this file. It's that simple. Now, if I create another file within the same bucket, people cannot access that file unless I go edit permission on that file and say all users public reader access. So people cannot view any other files within that bucket, because remember, the access permission that we have used is fine grained. That is very important for you guys to understand. Now, I'm going to quickly check the time. All right. Okay. So all this is done. And I'm going to check my progress. It says green check mark, which means I've completed almost 70%. Now, the next two steps, I'm going to go a little faster, and it's pretty easy, right? Within the bucket, now I have to create two folders. Folder 1. Within folder 1, I'm going to create folder 2. And within folder 2, I'm going to add a file, JPG, and I'm going to make it publicly accessible for that object, and then simply delete the folder. And that's pretty much end of your first lab. So let me quickly go back here. Now, I'm not going to delete this file. I'm going to create a folder. You create a folder by clicking on create folder within the bucket, and the name is important. They might be tracking the completion. So folder 1, click on folder 1, create another folder here. Let's say folder 2. And within folder 2, I'm going to upload a file. Now, rename, because the naming is important. pda.jpg, rename, completed. And I'm going to edit the permission of this file by adding an entry to make it public. Say public, all users reader, click on save. Now, it's made public, URL is generated, and I can view that file. Once I've created folder 1 and folder 2, now delete the folder. In this section, remove folder 1 and its content. Simply go to your bucket and delete folder 1. Select the file, click on delete. It's going to confirm if you're deleting it. So make sure you type folder 1 and a backslash. Click on confirm. Deletion is complete. Now you should be, that's the last step of your lab. Click on end and click on submit. So two things should happen. One, you should get 100 out of 100. And when you go back to your quest, you should see a green check mark against your first lab. So that kind of ensures that you have completed the lab successfully. And in case if you have run out of time, don't worry about it. You can always start the lab from the first. And since it's your first lab, first time, we have run it very slowly. The next few labs, we are going to do it much, much faster. So when it says 30 minutes, it really takes like 10 minutes. If you know what you're going to do and you start after seeing the entire lab and then start your hands-on, it really going to take you hardly 10 to 15 minutes to complete the entire lab. Now, the next lab on the same quest, you see it's OR, so you don't have to do this. It's an optional lab. If you're interested, you can do it. But for you to earn the badge and to complete the quest, you can skip this optional lab at this point and you can start with your second lab. I'm going to pause here for a minute and check if there is any questions coming from you guys on YouTube. Madhusha, any questions? Madhusha or Vimal?
All right, Ram. So yeah, I was having an eye on the messages that is coming. I guess folks have issues around their subscription. So as I mentioned earlier, we can skip the subscription thing at this point of time. Maybe you can follow us on the presentation part, and once the presentation part is done, you can further apply the code and do the labs, because you have like more, you have the entire day to apply the code. And as to applying the code, I have rolled out the step-by-step guide on the YouTube. I will be posting that in our other channels as well. Some of you have asked what is the code that was displaying on the screen. So that code was the one which was supposed to be applied to get the subscription, monthly subscription, and the steps to apply that code have been given in the YouTube as well. And you can also see it in our Meetup channel. I will be posting it in a while.
So the code is back on here. You can see it on the screen. So this is the code that you had to use to access when you want to activate Qwiklabs. There's a lot who are still struggling to get access. I know a few of them are being supported on our Q&A lobbies. So if you're still having issues, please go there on Discord and one of our tutors will be able to help out. So it's right here under technical support. All three lobbies are live. You can ask any questions and get it sorted out there.
All right, Madhusha. So what do you suggest? Shall we proceed with our other labs, or do we want to assist them considering the time?
No, I think we're good to go with the other labs. Obviously, we're going to have others who are going to jumping into this series today to follow up with things. So yeah, you're good to go. You're good to continue.
Right.
So Vimal, do you want to run a quiz at this point? Just as a tiebreaker?
Yeah, we can do that while the moment is still on. I'm not sure if folks are busy with their segment, but at this point, I would request everybody to take a pause, understand the concept. The session is getting recorded. You have all the material on the Qwiklabs platform as well, so you can do it after the session. So while this time, you can spend time listening to us and then putting your questions across in terms of your understanding.
So do you want me to run the quiz?
Yeah, you can run the quiz, and after that, I'll proceed with the next segment.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So everybody, so we just want to make sure that there is a learning and we understand how many are following us as well. And every quiz has prize as well. So at this point, I request you guys to go to menti.com. It's MENTI, menti.com.
Vimal, do you have
And
a slide for this or no?
and if you can update the link and the code, Madhusha, on the YouTube, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I will be posting that in YouTube. We'll also
Yeah.
post it here
So
on the
the
chat.
code
So that
is 334588.2.
Okay, so for a while, Ram is figuring that out. You're not going to lose the first lab. That's not how it's going to work. As long as you have access to the code and you have access to the credits, you just need to finish one lab and you can always go back and complete it as you see fit. Now, the reason you want to finish at least one lab is it unlocks for 30 days, which you're welcome to finish other quests as you see fit. So what I recommend is pay attention to what Ram is doing in the second lab after the quiz. Finish that one. That'll unlock your 30-day free subscription. Then you're welcome to go back and play around with it. Vimo, do you have a slide on the quiz, by the way? Oh, can you go on screen and show everybody? That way I can add the
Sure.
necessary.
Just give me 1 minute.
So Madhusha, I posted this menti.com and the code in YouTube.
Just make sure the code is posted.
Code is, hold on 1 second. Okay, menti.com.
Yep.
Vimal, can you show your screen quickly so the audience can see what we're trying to do here?
Ram, I guess you will be running the quiz, right?
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that people have enough time to make sure that they have gone to menti.com either on their mobile or on their systems and have entered the right code.
Okay, in the meantime, I'm just sharing a screen to show them the code and the menti.com. So once you are ready, you can.
So you're sharing the screen, right?
Yeah, I just shared the screen at the moment so that you can see the code and menti.com.
So you guys can participate as well. Okay, we see there is people are already participating. That's great.
Okay, for those who are just tuning in, we can take a quick break. And if you're stuck, if you can't get through the first lab, that's totally fine. Don't worry. We have people supporting you on our Discord server. And if you happen to still miss the first lab, that's fine. We're going to jump onto the second lab. As long as you complete one lab, it's going to unlock your Qwiklabs access for 30 days. You can always go back to this video and rewatch it and join the Discord and ask any question even today, later, tomorrow, whenever you get time. In the meantime, our hosts are running a quick quiz. So visit menti.com and then use the code that you can see on screen. And then they're going to start asking some questions and check your knowledge on GCP so far on what you learned. We're getting a few other issues on Discord too.
Okay, so here I see 20 people who have joined. Probably we should get started.
Yeah,
So
so you can share your screen now, if you wish to.
I'm already sharing it. Do you see the screen?
No, I think you closed it, Ram.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay, so let's get started. I see 21 people. So it's going to be pretty simple questions based on what Vimal has walked you guys through, and it's fast as fingers. So the sooner you answer, you get more points, and you come up on the leaderboard. It's that simple, right? So 5 questions. Whoever answers the fastest for all 5 questions will get scores, and he'll be on the leaderboard, and we'll be getting a prize today. So let's get started. What is cloud computing? Perfect. I think 18 people have given the right answer. That's great. That's pretty much everybody at this point.
All right, I will be sharing the screen so that we can see this live. Or Ram, do you want to share your screen because we can't see your screen at the moment?
Uh, Let me make sure that you guys can.
If not, I can share the screen. I can just log in with GDZ, and I promise I
No,
won't.
I think. Do you see the screen now?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, okay. Apologies, guys. Okay, there you go. Christian, congrats. Now let's look at the next question. What are the different types of cloud? Wow, 20 people got it right. Congrats. Let's see who is up on the leaderboard now. Ulfmeister, congratulations. Let's get the next one.
What is Identity Access Management? IAM. You got 6 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
Awesome. Almost 21. Great.
Okay, let's see who's leading now. Oh, there's going to be a tie.
Wow. Siddharth. Congratulations, Siddharth. Question 4. Oh, I see almost 30 people online.
So what are primitive roles in the cloud-based systems?
What are primitive roles in the cloud?
Just to let you know, this question was not discussed in the presentation so far, but fine, it's based on your previous knowledge.
Are you sure you did not discuss?
I'm very happy to see this because this was something I was supposed to discuss now after this
I'm
quiz.
curious about who is on the leaderboard now. Oh, Christian,
Christian got the
back
lead.
again on the leaderboard.
Back then,
Congratulations.
yeah. So I
It's a
guess the
close
last
tie,
question,
3549, 3504, 3480. So probably the last question that will determine who among the top 3 or even 4 might
I'm
come
pretty
up.
sure folks are going to know the answer. It's only about how fast you can answer it.
All right, let's see.
There we go.
What are the different models for deployment in cloud computing?
It's going to be real easy, but you need to be fast.
13, 17 people answered, 18, 20, 22. Time's up.
Okay.
Okay, 14 people.
Curious to see who was the fastest.
Should I go next or wait? Let's see who the winner of the quiz is. So this is going to add all the points previously earned, and the winner is
Looks like
Siddharth.
That,
Congratulations, Siddharth. Very close, 4403 with Larry.
yeah. So
Congratulations.
Nadisha, maybe you can take a note of this name and you can help us assist with, like Siddharth, reach out to us. We will need your number. We have some swag to ship for you. And congratulations.
yeah, reach out to us on Discord, and then we'll try to coordinate things from there.
All right. You guys should take the screenshot and post it on YouTube.
It's already in YouTube. It's already live on YouTube. So, all right.
Twitter, maybe.
All right. So,
All right. So I'm going to stop sharing. Give it back to you, Vima.
congrats, Siddharth. And yeah, so folks, so far we have spent good 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours? How much? No. Yeah, 2.5 hours almost, I guess, right? We started at 11. It's 1:23. So it may look like that so far we have done just one lab, while it was for like 4-hour session. We still have 4 labs to go, and we have 1.5 hour remaining. But I find it's really good. I find it that it's on time. The reason being that initially when we are onboarding you, it is the most difficult part when if you are not familiar with the environment, it takes time to understand how the Qwiklab will work, how the cloud platform will work, how you will use it. But once you know it, the time that you will devote now in any lab is going to stay half or somewhere around that. It's not going to take the time that it says. If it says 30 minutes, actually you can do it in 15 minutes or even lesser, because you already know the process. You already know. The same thing has been explained in all the lab, how to log into the Google Cloud platform, how to navigate through. And by now, since you know it, it's not going to take the time that it reflects. It's going to rather be faster. Previously, we have spent a lot of time explaining to you so many things. We repeated it further. As to the access related issues, for any of you who still have access issue, it's not at all a problem. Do not worry at all. Till 3 o'clock, stay with us, follow us what we are doing on the lab. It's anyway getting recorded. You have a study material on the Qwiklab. After 3 o'clock, you start working on your applying the code again. You have support, which I have given. You have Qwiklabs support. You will have support from Discord as well. So you will definitely get your subscription. We will make sure that it happens. If it doesn't happen directly from Qwiklab, when you will get it, they will let you know what to do. Once you have the access, you can start redoing the labs again. I will highly recommend that you do it by midnight today. Even if for any reason any of the lab is remaining, you can also do it tomorrow. So we will pull out our report tomorrow, who all have completed it, and based on that, we generally have certain offerings, sometimes ticket for some next event or some swags whatsoever. We keep running those campaigns. So that's the thing. So what I will recommend now is, it's 1:26 now. Do not work on labs, just follow me. And at times, if Ram would be there, follow him on the screen. We will be a bit fast from now, but we'll make sure that we touch base those points where you may have difficulty. If it's still something is left, still something where you find a problem, you can always use Discord, other channels, or even on Meetup. If you have already registered yourself or you have RSVP'd, you can put a question over there. We'll get back to you. There are multiple ways you can reach out to us. You should have our social media channels as well. All right. So we will get back to our screen now. I will close the Madhusha, maybe you can remove the video now so that I want folks to see it in full screen. So you can put us on the backstage.
You're not sharing your screen.
Yeah, we'll be doing it now. All right. So my screen should be visible now. Okay. So let me, Madhusha, can you see the screen? Is everybody able to see?
You can see the screen, Vimal.
Okay, perfect. So Ram has already walked you through the cloud storage, and as he mentioned that we have an optional. There's another way to do it. We will
Sorry, 1 minute. So just for people, please make a note. At this point, we are switching to the baseline infrastructure quest. Is that right, Vimal? We are switching to baseline infrastructure quest at this point.
Yeah.
And you have to click on enroll and make sure the first lab is checked in green, which means the completion of this lab in a different quest is kicking in here. And now you can continue with this quest to earn the badge for baseline infrastructure.
Yeah, either of the way, even if it so what happens here, folks, is when you complete this lab in the fundamental infrastructure, since the lab is same, so when it completes, it marks it green over there. It also marks it green over here. So you don't have to necessarily repeat it. Once you come here, you will see it same as it is. So it doesn't matter whether you do your lab from that quest or this quest. Only difference is if you do the other quest at the end, you have this challenge lab. That challenge lab has to be completed in order to get the quest. However, you will still get this baseline infrastructure badge, because while you complete it over there, all the 5 labs, it will complete it here. So that should be perfectly all right. Okay. So Ram, anything else you would like to add before we proceed?
No, it's just that when you come to this baseline infrastructure quest, you will not see the green check mark unless you enroll into this quest. So always make sure that you enroll into the baseline infrastructure quest, and you will immediately see the green check mark, and then you can start with your next lab under that.
Okay. Maybe for the sake of convenience at the moment, let me use Foundation infrastructure itself so that you don't get confused for now. All right. So this is the one which was part of our subscription application. Ram has already showed you this one, and as he mentioned, that what you need to do in order to go to the baseline, just type baseline, and it will show you the lab. Since I'm already enrolled, it will not show me, it shows me quest complete, but for you, it should show enroll to join the quest. You will click on that, just like you did it for the first time. And you will see when you enroll it, the first lab, if you have completed already, it will show it as green. The other optional one we are not covering as part of the workshop, but it's highly recommended that you do it. If you face any issue, do let us know through different channels that you may have reached it with us. Now, let me quickly give you a walkthrough around all the other labs, and it will actually not take that much time as it reflects. The second lab is for 5 minutes. The third lab is 50 minutes. Then you have a small 15 minutes lab, and the last one is again 30 minutes. So altogether, it may appear that it is some 2.5 hour lab, but actually it is pretty much doable within next 1.5 hour. So I will not recommend you all to do your labs parallelly, rather follow us here. And once we have completed it, after that, you can do your labs. So that way, we would be able to cover it within time. And we can also concentrate on questions if you have any after the labs.
So Vimal, at this point, are you going to do the lab, or you're just going to walk them through the steps of the second lab so they can go and start it? And in case if they have any questions or any areas, any particular step where you have to specifically show them something, just because it's going to be switching between 2 user accounts.
Correct. Yeah, but I guess for some of them where it is important to show them the concept, how it is actually working, I will actually do it live, and the areas which is a repetition, I will just skip it. So that is how I will do, because we will not repeat same thing again, because already it is being recorded and one can see the concept by going back to the video. But wherever we have a new concept in, I will certainly do it so that they can understand from that point. So that is how we will follow it. And yeah, apart from that, you're more than welcome to ask us questions in different channels. All right. So Ram, would you like to start, or shall I start with the next lab?
I can start, Vimal.
Okay, so you can start, and let's try to be a bit precise considering the time. And I will take it from the next lab. All right. So maybe you can share this screen from your side.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. So let me know once you can see the screen.
Okay, just give me a couple of minutes more. I guess I had made some slides for this. So let me go through the slides, and then you can take over and you can do the lab part.
Okay.
I'll just take 2 minutes.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. The context will help.
All right. So folks, I just thought of sharing a couple of slides before going to the lab so that you get the context around this, and it makes your life easier. So let's think from this perspective. Whenever an organization start working on a project, it's very important to know who will do what and who will have what kind of access. Not everybody can have an access. Even if you are part of a project, you may have somebody who is a BA, you may have somebody who is a developer, you may have somebody who is just generating reports. Now, the person who is generating reports may not necessarily need to have access to change the content of the report. While somebody who is working on a production support, somebody who is who is the owner of that particular project may have access to and should have access to change the codes or change the actual data if it is a database. So the access level varies between person to person when they work together. Broadly, identity access management talks about same thing. There are 4 aspects of it: authentication, authorization, user management, and central user repository. So as the organization grows larger, it's very important to know that who is doing what and who can do what. And the minimum access is the best access. That is the bottom line considered. So in Google Cloud Platform, if we have to understand the identity and access management, primarily let's try to understand from perspective who can do what and on what resource. What access has been given to whom. Whatever we say, the meaning is not everybody should have all the access, only the right person should have the right access. So moving further, and this was the question which I said, I was supposed to discuss now, and I saw that most of you have answered correctly. That means you have this understanding already, that there are some primitive role. That means the standard role. It was always there from the beginning. That is how we used to see the role: the owner, editor, viewer, and willing administrator. So owner will have all the access. Apart from that, he can also create other users. Editor will also have similar access like owner, but editor may not create an owner, while an owner can create an editor. And now there can be a viewer who will only have a read access. So it's very important to understand that how the segregation happen and who will have what. If we see from the organization perspective, so you can see some swim lanes here: organization, project, and resources. So organization, somebody may be an owner of the organization who may have complete access, the owner access, what we mean here. And then this owner may run different project. Each project may have different project manager. Now the project manager may have the editor access, or anybody who needs the access on overall particular project may have the editor access. Now the editor of project 2 may not edit project 1. Neither the editor of project 1 may edit. So that is where it is different. While the owner of this entire organization may probably make changes to either project 1 or project 2. He's at a higher level. And then we can have the viewer access. Now what this access translate into is, if the access is for a compute engine, so the access may say something like, it's the instance A, it is instance B. So project 1 may have access to instance A, project 2 may have access to instance B. So that way, if this is just an example, if there are 100 of such other instance and machines for which project 2 needs an access, that is how it can be defined. Now in the cloud world, how does it translate? Like how does it look like? Theoretically, we understand this now, that organization, project, and resources, how it is segregated. But when it translates into the actual keywords, how does it look like? So it's something looks like compute.network.insert. This is an access name. Compute.network.insert. This is another access name. So this is what is the access name that will be assigned, and group of such access will define whether the person has a viewer access or an editor access or an owner access. If all the access of an organization is assigned to somebody, the person will automatically become an owner. If some of the high level of access is assigned, which is in light of a certain project, it will become editor access. And if somebody is just a viewer, it will be a viewer access. So with this, we will go to the lab. And Ram, you can share your screen from here. Ram, can you hear me? Ram, I guess you are on mute.
Yeah, Ram's screen is showing up now.
Yeah, I can see his screen, but I can't hear him. It looks like he's on mute. So
Vimal, you wanna continue till then?
yeah, maybe I will have to, because looks like for some reason he's on mute. So I will quickly share my screen then, and yeah. Let my screen appear. All right. So I guess folks can see my screen here. Okay. So since we have done this first lab already, I will quickly walk through the second one, which is IAM. So what it pretty much asks us to do is that here we will have, this is about identity and access management. So we will play around with providing access, taking away an access, and what does it translates into when actually we do so. So say, for example, we have two users, user one and user two. For them, we will be using the same password. They all are assigned to the same project. So one of the user will be allocated the owner's access. The other user will be allocated just a viewer access. So what we will do in this lab is we will open this. This will be already provisioned by the lab. Once we will go on the cloud console, we will log in with two logins. Like one, we will log in as a user one, username one, another one with username two. Both will have different access. So the owner, as an owner, we will try to do something with the access of this person, and we'll see whether the person can view or not. So what we will do is we'll create a file. You already know how to create a bucket and create an object on this. If the project will have a bucket, as a viewer, this person, user two, can see it, and this person can not only see it, but also he can edit it. And this person can also moderate the access of user two. So we will see what else we can do while we are on the lab. So first thing that we need to do is we will start the lab.
Hey, Vimal.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I had mic issue. Do you want me to start? Take it from here?
Yeah, you can take it from here, but try to be a quick. Yeah, because other
sure.
labs I have to complete within short time.
Sure. So let me make sure that people can see the screen. All right. So I hope you guys can see the screen. Vimal, can you see the screen?
Not it looks like it would be coming up.
Let me try to reshare. Let me know once you see the screen.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, perfect. So let's get started, guys. So I think Vimal has given a very good context of what this lab is. To keep it simple, the way I want to call this is, it's pretty simple, right? There's two users. And let's not even go with the term user and user one and user two. Let's say there is an admin user and there is a user with a reader access. So that's pretty much what we are going to do in this lab. And I'm going to start the lab. Click on Start Lab, click on I'm not a robot, and we can do the steps, the basic launching pretty quickly. You can click on Use Subscription. And in this particular lab, because they are trying to teach us about identity access management, they are going to give you two usernames and same password for both usernames, right? So you can see this is username 1, student 4, the one that ends with 131, that's an admin user. The user has been predefined with an admin access. So he has IAM admin access, whereas user 2 has been already predefined with a reader level access. So basically what we'll be doing is adding a file into the bucket, and the admin will be able to control whether the user 2 should see or not see the file. So by this way, they're going to show us how an admin user can use primitive roles like editor viewer to control access to a file added to a bucket. That's pretty much what we are going to do. And to avoid confusion, I recommend you guys to use two different browsers. One, I'll stay with the current Google Chrome, and one I'm going to use another browser as well, so that it's pretty easy for me to switch between and show you the difference. So I'm going to click on Open Google Console and take my first username and log in within Chrome for my admin. So by this way, my admin is going to be on Google Chrome. And if you guys can start as well. So accept, confirm, no phone number or email, and launching Google Cloud Platform. There you go. And agree to the terms. That's it. So when I mouse over, that's my first user one, which is my admin account. So this user has admin privileges. Now I'm going to go back and open Google Console again. But this time I'm going to copy this URL and paste it in a different browser, just to avoid any confusion between these two accounts. And now I'm going to take my user 2. Make sure you're taking your user 2 and the password. In the same thing, accept, and feel free to start as well. Don't have to wait. So pretty much what I've done at this point is I've used both usernames and used the same password, used 2 different browsers, logged in successfully, launched my Google Cloud Platform. So, and I will make sure that you guys are clearly realizing which account I'm in. So if you see the account, mouse hover, B04 is my reader account, whereas my 131 is my admin. Okay, fair enough. Now we have 2 different browsers with both users. We have completed all these steps that they have provided, set up for 2 users. Now they're simply showing you how do you confirm which admin account you are logged in. So I'm going to just scroll down. Now it all starts with this section, and you can click the IAM console and project level roles on the right side just to jump into this section. So the steps that they're telling us is return to username 1. And as I said before, remember username 1 is on my Chrome, and they're going to tell you navigate to IAM and admin. IAM, you are now in the IAM and admin console. Click plus add button at the top of the page and explore the project roles associated with projects by clicking on the select role. And you should see browse, editor, owner, viewer role. These are the 4 known as primitive roles on Google Cloud Platform. And they've also explained what each role means. So viewer role means read-only access, editor role, viewer access plus permission for actions that can modify state, owner, pretty much everything, including deletion, setting up a billing account, browser access. It's kind of like a read access to browse the hierarchy of a project. This role does not include the permission to view the resources in the project. So it's literally like the hierarchy of the project. That's all, right? Click cancel to exit out of that. Okay, so let's do that, right? I'm going into the admin account, navigation menu. This is the navigation menu. As you know, if you don't see it, simply click on the 3 horizontal bars. You will see the navigation menu and scroll down to identity access management and admin. Click on IAM, the first option. In here, They want you to click on plus add, select a role drop down to see the different types of roles. Now, on the top, you can see add. If I click on add, it's going to show me the different, I can specify the member name, but at this time, I'm not going to. It's just showing us how do you see the different types of roles. So browser, editor, viewer, and all other roles, everything you guys can see. But at this point, this is what we call as primitive roles. Browser, editor, viewer, and owner each has different level of permissions. And now click on cancel. You don't have to add anything here, right? Things are already set for you guys. So we have pretty much understood how to navigate using an admin account, which is my user one, go into IAM and be able to add somebody. Now, we have also understood what are the primitive roles and what permissions they provide us. Now, under IAM, they want us to look at editor roles to find the username 1 and username 2 and examine the roles. Now, if you go into the same thing, right? Just to remind you guys, go to navigation menu, IAM, identity and access management option. And when you come in, let me show you from the scratch. I am an admin, IAM. When you come here, you can see there are already predefined roles that have been provisioned for this particular project. So in here, you can see different accounts, but what they want us to look at this point is to find our student accounts. You can see when I type student in the filter and hit enter, it shows me both. Let me type student 131, which is my admin account, and B04, which is my viewer access. So if I look at my admin account 131, you can see the kind of roles it has. It has owner access, owner role, viewer role, editor role, and some additional roles as well. Let's focus on the primitive roles. It has owner access. That's the reason why we say we have admin access to user 1. Whereas if I search for the B04, which is my user 2, you can see the role that it has is simply viewer access, which means now anything that we create under this project ID, user 2, B04, will have only view access, cannot edit, cannot change the state, cannot delete, simply view access. Whereas admin account using which we are logged in here, they have owner access, so they can modify the state of objects within this particular project ID. So that's the learning that they want to show us here. Now, user 2 has viewer role granted to it. Now, plus add. If you try to click on add, you get the following message. This is one example of how IAM roles affect what you can and cannot do. So we have seen this now. Now, prepare a resource for access testing. Ensure that you are in user 1, which is my Chrome browser. And I'm going to create a bucket and of your choice, storage class multi-regional, and create the bucket and upload a sample file, any text file with a file name sample.txt. Now let's do that. So always make sure that you are on your user 1, which is your admin. 131 in my case is my admin account. So I know how to create a bucket. So I'm just going to click on the navigation, scroll down to storage. I'm going to duplicate this so that I don't lose access to this tab, save some time. So I just duplicated it. Go to the navigation while still being on the user, the admin account. Slowly scroll down to the storage section and click on browser, create a bucket, which we have done in the lab 1. So give a valid bucket name. Remember, create bucket. Name your bucket. So I'm giving RK under test4. It doesn't allow me simply because I have already used this name. So in this case, I'm going to say RK underscore test 24 2020. That's the name of my bucket. Click on continue. Make sure it's multi-region. Continue. I'll keep it as standard storage class. Fine-grained. That's fine. Create. So I've created a bucket, and it automatically takes me to the bucket. Now I need to upload a file with a name that has been asked, which is sample.txt. So make sure that we have this file. I'm just going to click on upload file. I'm going to right click on my desktop, new, a text file called sample. Hit enter. Now open that file by selecting. It should automatically upload that file into my bucket. So we have completed uploading a file into a bucket using your first user 1, which is your admin account. Now let me make sure the file upload is complete. That says complete. Check your progress. That's completed successfully. So we are good here. Now verify project viewer access using your username too. Now remember this. You have a project ID. Both user 1 and user 2 are within the same project, but with different role access. User 1 has an admin access, whereas user 2 has simply viewer access. So now I'm going to switch to the Edge browser, which is my user 2, B04. I'm mouse hovering just to show you guys. And I'm going to go to storage, click on browser. I should be able to see the bucket that I've created, that was created by my admin user. There you go. So this is the bucket that we created, RK underscore test 24 2020. Click on it. And I can also see the file because I have viewer access to this file. Now, let's go back. And we have completed the step. Now, we're going to remove the project access. Remember, user 1 has admin access. User 2 has just viewer access. So user 2 cannot remove user 1 because user 2 is just a viewer, whereas user 1 is an admin. So only the admin can remove other users, right? So I'm going to remove by going into my identity access management of. So make sure that you're not removing the wrong user, right? If you are in doubt, simply copy the username for the user 2. That's the best way to go about, just to avoid any mistake. Enter it. So now they're telling you to remove access. So how do I remove it? Simply click on the pencil icon next to the username 2 and click on the trash icon, and then click on save. You should be able to remove access. So I'm going to click on the pencil icon and I'm going to click on the trash. Delete. Click on save. And now user 2 has been removed from this project by the admin user 1. Now let's go back and click on navigation as a user 2, who has viewer access. Storage, browser. Now I should not see the bucket because user 2 has been removed from the project itself. So Let's click on refresh. So now let me click on the bucket name as user 2. I'm still seeing this file. Okay, it says remove project access. You should see an error. Oh, okay. There you go. I think it just takes a few seconds for reflecting. Now, if I go into buckets, once again, now click on navigation. This is user 2 who has been removed from the project. Click on storage browser, and you no longer see that bucket that was created, because now you see an error. There was an error while loading, please, because this is an authorization error. So you don't see that bucket anymore because the admin user has removed access. And we've completed until here. Just last few steps. Now add storage permission. Now copy username 2 from the Qwiklabs connection panel. Switch to username 1. Navigation menu, add and provide the access back. So I'm going to copy. I'm going to go back to the admin account and add this user back again. Click on add. And paste the user account, and the role is viewer. So click on save. And now if I search for that user, I should see the user back with viewer access added back into this project. Now let's go and see if we can refresh to see if the access is gained back by user 2 for the same project. There you go. Now you can see I am the user 2, which is viewer access. I can see the bucket, and I can also see the file that was created by user 1 within that file. Okay, it's just taking few seconds to reflect. There you go. Now both user 1 and user 2 can see the file, but with only view access. Now verify the access. Now as user 2 on the storage page, we'll activate the Cloud Shell, and within the Cloud Shell we are going to list the file. The way they are showing you is how to use Cloud Shell, but we have manually done that check. But let's just try to do that as user 2. So go to user 2 account, activate the Cloud Shell by clicking on the arrow on the right top of the screen. Click on continue. And I have a habit of putting it in the full screen, the Cloud Shell by clicking on this arrow. Takes less than a few seconds. Establishing the connection. All right. Now, copy the command simply from your Qwiklabs. And the command they are showing you is gsutil list
Ram, I
ps.
don't see the project ID active. Maybe you would like to refresh it because you moved to the other browser. I can see it Cloud Shell.
You see the Cloud Shell?
In the shell, you don't see the project ID. It has not refreshed. Yeah, can you see the?
Oh, yeah. Got it. So at this point, you see an error here. To set your cloud platform in this session, use gcloud config set project and project ID. So you have to execute this command. Let's see if selecting the project ID from the drop down helps. Okay, there you go. Now you see the project ID. So this means the project ID is set. Now I'm simply going to take the command and make sure the command is updated, right? You have to, and you're doing this on user 2, not on user 1. So I'm going to remove whatever is within the square brackets and type my bucket name rk underscore test 24 2020. I hope that was the bucket name. So if I execute and authorize, it should show the file name that is within the bucket rk underscore test 2424. So all they're trying to show you guys is once you add the user 2 with viewer access back into the project, they get access to the bucket and the file name. There's two ways to verify it. Once, simply by navigating through our usual storage browser and coming to the browser section, or the other way is using some command line utility. They're simply showing you how to verify that. Now, let's see if the progress is complete. Interesting.
Actually, the access level I see they say a storage object viewer instead of viewer specifically. So they have.
Okay, so let's go back here.
So their storage cloud. I mean, they have changed the access name. Maybe delete the access and start again because what they have given is a object storage access. Yeah, not that one. Yes, cloud storage. On Qwiklabs, they keep on changing the instructions
So
are
let's
actually.
try storage access object viewer. And let's try this, right?
No, I don't think that's the one. That's environment one.
Went user and storage object viewer. Let's check it out. Okay. Now let me go back here and check for completion. Let me try to edit the role.
Maybe you may like to delete the access and then create again for object storage.
1 minute. Cloud storage. Okay. Cloud storage object viewer. There you go. All right, guys, just make sure that you guys follow exactly what they're saying, which is go to the roles, select cloud storage object viewer, click on save, and I can view the file, and let me see if I can complete the lab. So you got to be very specific about the role and the storage object viewer. It's not simply the viewer role, though it still works. All right, so that's completed. It's 100 out of 100. So we completed this fairly quickly. We saved some time. If that error wouldn't have happened, I think we would have completed it much earlier. So perfect. So I'm going to click on End Lab. Click on OK. Give a rating. Scroll, come back. And at this point, you should see a green check mark against the lab. So that shows that you have completed this lab as well. So that's a completion of your second lab. Just want to quickly see, in case if you have completed the second lab, guys, on the YouTube, just put your comment saying that you have completed, so we get some sense of how many people have completed it. So that will help us understand like if we are in line with you. And I'm going to pass on to Vimal. You want to give a break, or you want to start with the third lab?
No, we'll start with it because
Okay,
we have
so
only
I'm going to
45 minutes
stop
left
recording.
as scheduled.
Over to you, Vimal.
All right. Thanks, Ram. And hello all again. So as by now you may have seen few things uh, that how the Qwiklabs platform works and how the Google Cloud platform works. And a couple of things that you would have noticed that while this is happening, you are also being evaluated, and that is from where the scores are coming. So at many times there are more than one ways to do things, but you need to follow the Qwiklabs so that you get that right score because they are evaluating it. So in the last example that you saw, in order to give a viewer access, there are multiple ways a viewer access can be given. But the only reason we need specific user access as part of this workshop is you are being evaluated. So just follow what is on the Qwiklab. But when you will work on the actual environment, when you will work for the actual project, you will take your own decision what kind of viewer access you want, what kind of viewer access is actually needed. You want a plain primitive viewer access or a specific object viewer access, which was the example. So I will not take a lot of further time in that discussion because Ram has already given that a very elaborate walkthrough of the steps. He actually literally did all of them. Now I will quickly move to the next segment, that is monitoring. I will talk about a couple of slides on monitoring, and then we'll go to the lab immediately. We'll try to be as quick as possible. I can see still I have like 45 minutes for three. Maybe we'll extend 5-10 minutes extra, but we should be able to cover majority of it. All right, let me share my screen. In a while, my screen should appear. Okay, so when it comes to monitoring, it's very important when we work in either it is a cloud environment or a non-cloud environment. Whenever a lot of activities are happening, it's very important to know and see what's happening around. Where are is my system healthy? Is there any issues? If it is the case, there has to be some kind of alerting. So monitoring helps to provide visibility into performance, uptime, overall health. It collects metrics, events, metadata from application infrastructure, and these all metadata, logs, and metrics of the event. These all will help us take some decision if something needs to be corrected, if some kind of solution needs to be brought in, or if some kind of new feature has to be brought in. It also generates insights via dashboard, charts, and alerts. It helps us collaborate with different integration channels like Slack, PagerDuty, HipChat, Campfire. Just like it's evident that it will also include email and phone calls. Those also can be integrated. So if the system is running, if there's an issue, we want to know about it. Now, when we have a big system, we have a number of applications to monitor, we may end up doing something like this. We may have a number of applications. We have to monitor all of them. We have to keep a track of all of them, and literally becomes a very tedious process to manually monitor the configuration and deployment, which is continuously happening. And the person who takes care of it, it becomes a real mess. And that has been a situation for a while, when eventually cloud platform, as you may remember in my initial first 30 minutes of presentation, we talked about it's not only about moving cloud platform from our existing platforms and replicating the structure, replicating the working style. It has to be redesigned. So on cloud, when it moves, it allows us to get into a state of art monitoring methods. There are many methods, but just visualize this screen right now, how monitoring looks like, and how does this looks like. So many of the monitoring applications nowadays, which can work closely with cloud platform and can provide you a state of art monitoring, which can bring many information on the single screen. Not only it brings it in single screen, it actually provides you all those insights which ideally you struggle with. So that's the beauty and idea of having monitoring dashboards on cloud platform. All right. So we'll not go to the cloud function now. I will quickly go back to now our lab, that is cloud monitoring. It says 15 minutes, but it will not take that much time. By now you are actually comfortable doing it. So I will, okay. I will close up my video because I will be looking into a different screen. Yeah. Okay, so as part of the cloud monitoring, we have some inbuilt monitoring features provided on the Google Cloud Platform. We will use that. I will directly start the lab. Okay, so this is another error. Good that we saw this error. It gives me an opportunity to tell you that since I may not have closed the previous session, which I started, let me see where is my session open, and I will close that. Okay, let me sign out from this account, and let me sign in from a different one. Maybe I'm logged into the session. Okay. I'm still wondering where I'm logged in. So let me quickly show. Sign out. Let me open an incognito window so that I can log in with a different ID. And if you get an error, that means you have logged into a session which you have not closed. So we must close a session when we log in. Okay, sign in. I've just used the incognito window to log into with a different Gmail ID. So by now you should be familiar with a lot many things. Hopefully it will allow me now. At times it may ask you to verify because I'm trying to log in multiple times. The bicycle, traffic light. Perfect. So I was able to log in. Okay. Now, so pretty much we will follow the instruction very quickly. So you are already familiar with how to log in, how to use this project ID and the temporary ID and password, the navigation menu. I will not talk about it. First thing, it is asking to create a new virtual machine. So we will start from here. I will go to the Google console, and I have a habit of pulling this out in a different window so that I can toggle between screens. I use this icon always to copy the username so that we don't make any mistake while taking an extra space or leaving something. By now, you should be familiar with this, and the password also we will take from here. Remember, once you are on the Qwiklabs, and when you are using this console, we will always use the temporary ID and password provided. That way, it won't cost us anything because this is the actual Google Cloud platform. If you use your personal ID, at times if your credit card or something is added, though Google will never send you a bill before any notification, but still, it's definitely a good caution never to use your personal ID when a Google Cloud platform while learning. All right, so here we are on the Google Cloud platform. Now we have to create a new virtual machine here. Ideally, we covered it in our GCP Essential workshop, so I will make it very quick. In order to create a new virtual machine, you have to go to navigation menu, compute engine, VM instance, and click create. So this is our navigation menu. You have to go on compute engine. In compute engine, you have to go on VM instance, and then you have to say create. Click on create here. And while it is creating, we will be using the name as it is given here. Other than like at times you have to use your own name. Like when you create a bucket has to be globally same name. So they can't provide you a name because otherwise everybody will use the same name, which is not possible. But for VMs, it can be the same name for your project. So we will use the name they have given. Instead of instance 1, we'll make it VM. You can keep any name, but since you are being evaluated, something in the backend algorithm will check whether you have created a VM with this name or not. So that's why we have it here. Now the region and zone we discussed earlier in the presentation is what we will use it. I can see it is already US Central 1 and US Central 1A. So I don't have to change it. Series N1, series is E2 here. I will make it N1. And then it is N1 standard 2 is the machine type. N1 standard 1 is by default. I will choose N1 standard 2, which comes with 2 CPUs and some 5 gig of memory. That is what it's asking to check and allow check allow HTTP traffic. So that you see here, you can check allow HTTP or HTTPS. So as per instruction, we will allow this. So we are just creating a virtual machine right now with the minimal configuration we can have. There are a lot more other options to do, which we will do in other labs. But in this lab, this is the minimal thing that is needed. It takes a while, maybe less than a minute, 30 seconds, 40 seconds sometimes to create the virtual machine. So once we create, we will check our progress. And the next step would be to add Apache HTTP server to our instance. And we will show you how to add that. And the one which we are creating right now, it will be a Linux machine. We also have an option to create Windows machine. And most of you may be familiar with Windows, and many of you may be familiar with how Linux machine works. So our VM is ready. Just imagine if we had to buy a computer from whosoever supplier, what would be the process? And right now, while I'm speaking for 2 minutes, we have a virtual machine ready, and that can be used. So I will check my progress. We should be fine, and it will update my score here in a while. And while I do that, we have to go and click on SSH. And we talked about SSH earlier, which is a secure shell connection to the virtual machine here. So we'll click on SSH. The window looks like similar to our Cloud Shell, but it's different. At times, because of the black screen, sometimes we execute the command on the Cloud Shell. Many of our participants do so. So just to let you know that this is the SSH window, not a Cloud Shell window. Now in here, we will be executing some of the command. First command is sudo. Sudo is nothing but admin, super admin, or super do. Its full form is super do. It basically means it's like the admin activity. Apt-get update. So it will update this. It will update this Linux version with whatever is the latest package, and you can see all these packages has been brought in, and it has just updated it. The next is to install Apache. So just by writing this command, and you can see here PHP 7.0, every time this version gets upgraded. Now, if you cannot install PHP 7.0, you can use PHP 5. So idea is to use the latest one, but for some reason, if your cloud doesn't allow it, we can always use the lower version as well.
Hey, Bimal.
Yeah.
We can hardly see anything on the screen. Either you have to maximize the screen,
Oh, okay.
both the Cloud Shell and the commands that you're copying.
Okay.
So
maybe if somebody can take the video off the screen. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I guess should be better.
no, still not.
Let me see in the settings if I have option. Thanks for letting me know this text size. Let's make it medium. Let me make it large then.
Yeah, I think I had large last
And
time.
for folks who were watching it, this is also one additional information. Thank you, Ram, for telling that, because that way I got an opportunity to tell you that you can change the settings of this screen by the settings command here. So right now I have just used the text, but you can see you have your font, you have color themes, anything that you want, you can change. You can try these options as well. All right. And here also, let me see if I can, probably it should be a bit better. All right. Okay, so where we were, we had...
you can go one more on the other screen. In fact, in both screens, you can go a little bit more largest. Yeah, this is very
the largest. Hopefully,
this is very good. I can read the commands.
Okay,
likewise,
great.
on other page as well, if you can increase the size.
All right. Hopefully, it will help. Yeah, because by default ones are really smaller. So here also, I will maybe increase a little bit more.
Perfect. This is perfect.
So, okay, going back here. So what we did, we had created a virtual machine. We went to the SSH. After that, we updated the environment here. While updating the environment, it actually took all the packages which were the latest. And after that, we are going to install Apache 2 PHP 7, which is the latest version they are recommending here. And these versions gets upgraded all the time. So based on that, we can always do that. I already have command pasted here. So I will just execute it. And you can see it will ask us a confirmation whether we want to continue. Say yes, enter. And it's right now installing Apache 2 PHP 7 version. And once we have done this, we have to start the Apache server. So first thing what we did, we updated the environment with using the admin command. SU stand for super user, and do is like this is a command used in Linux and many other CLI environment. The second one, we installed Apache, and then we will start the Apache. So let me, okay, now since the Apache is installed now in the updated environment, I will just restart it, and it will quickly restart the Apache one. I should be able to complete this. All right, yeah. So now if I go here, if I minimize this, and if I, so this is the place where we had our VM created that we can see. Now this is the external IP. Just by clicking on it will take me to the Apache homepage, which comes by default. The index page comes by default. If I would not have installed the Apache, it will not show me anything, because you have an external IP, but you don't have any content on it. And that's why we have installed a web application, and then we have the first homepage, which is coming by default, and we are able to view it. So literally, we created a virtual machine, we deployed a web server, and we are able to view it with the default page within a minute. If I had a development package with me right now, I would have moved this development package, and my website was up and ready in my web server within 10 minutes. And that is the beauty of having cloud environment with us. And that too without me worrying about the actual hardware, actual networking, or anything of that sort. Okay, so this is what we can see. Since I have verified that, let me see. Yeah, so this one is also success. Further, now we have to create monitoring workspaces. In order to create monitoring workspaces, we have a specific navigation menu item that is called monitoring. So there we have to go and create the monitoring. So, and then we have to install the monitoring and logging agents. We will see how. The very broad idea of monitoring is that somebody has to monitor to something. Now, wherever we have to monitor, there has to be an agent which will pick up those information and send it to the dashboard. So there are always at least two servers installed. One, what will be monitored, and who will monitor it. So who will monitor it will act as a server, and who will be monitored will act as an agent. So it's a server agent kind of relationship that we need to keep in mind. So let's do how it is being said. Navigation menu, monitoring, and we'll go to the cloud platform. We will go to the navigation menu, and we'll go to the monitoring. Monitoring here. Let's go there. So it will take a while to create a workplace here. And what I closed right now was some kind of reading material, which you can always refer to when you do it in your lean time. Like it did not open it. Where is monitoring? Monitoring. Okay, it's building my workplace. Once it will be built, it will look something like this. And after that, we'll move further and install the monitoring and loading agent. In order to do so, this is a command that we have to run. And this we can run in the SSH terminal itself. We have to remember whenever they ask you to run a command on SSH terminal, because it's very easy to get confused between SSH terminal and the Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is for the cloud environment. SSH terminal is related to your specific virtual machine, the Linux virtual machine that we create. So I will keep it here, and while it is opening up, it is still taking some time. It generally takes like 1 minute to complete. And we can also read the best practice, that is to run the cloud logging agent into all VM instance, so that you get, and what these agents will do for all these VM instance, their CPU uses, their disk space, any kind of application, any kind of spike, disconnection, network interruption, all those things can be captured by the logging agent, and it can be pushed to the actual dashboard wherever it is configured and wired in. Okay, so now you see here, we have one VM right now, and already we can see some graphs. Every graph has some meaning. Once you spend more time on it, you will understand, okay, this is CPU utilization, this is received byte, sent byte, disk and bytes. So you will start understanding the meaning of it, and it will become much easier. You can always configure this dashboard based on the way you want to see it. All right. So now I will go to SSH screen again, and will further run this command. And you remember the curl command we discussed? Whenever we have to copy or transfer the file across different network, we use the curl command. So and then we have sudo bash add monitoring agent. So we are copying it, and then we are adding the monitoring agent here. Okay, it says okay. And now what is the next thing we need to do? Again, we need to update the environment, and then we need to install the stack driver agent. Previously, we had installed the Apache. That you remember, every time we install something new, we have to do an update on the environment as well. Okay, sorry, I look like I repeated the same thing. Now we have to install apt-get install stack driver agent. So these all keywords that you see, stack driver agent, and previously it was like Apache. These all are already defined into this environment in SSH. So they, the moment you write the code, it knows from where to pick up and how to install. So now we have installed the stack driver agent. Just installation will not do the job. We have to also enable it. So we have to run this logging agent, which we installed right now into the VM. For that, this is the command. And when you read the command, it will, you would be able to understand that, okay, as part of curl, we are getting this file from this location, which is a HTTPS location. And then we are using a sudo bash command to add logging agent. Prior to that, we did install. Now we are adding the logging agent here. So it may look like quite a process, but if you break it down in terms of understanding, you will not find it difficult. We created the environment, added the Apache. Now we are putting the we are installing the agent. Now we are adding that agent. And after every such a step, we will do a update of the environment, so that it's more like how do you restart your machine when you install something on it, so that it takes into effect. Then we have this. This is the actual logging agent that will help you log information. So while that completes, okay, we will come to this after that. Okay, now our VM is ready. There is a Apache server on it. Now we have installed an agent on that. We have also enabled the logging agent. So while we have done all this setup, it is from system point of view, it will have all those triggers. It will have all the information. Now question is, how do you see it, and what will be the trigger? For that, we have to you have many options. One of the options is to create an uptime check, whether your system is up and running. How do you do that? The monitoring itself, we have we have an option called uptime checks that you can see in the monitoring tag. We will go there. Now go to the navigation, find monitoring here, and then you can see uptime check here. You can click on that. Even if you would have came monitoring directly from here, you can go to uptime check and create uptime checks. So it is asking for a title. Let's see the title that Qwiklabs has to suggest. Remember, since we are being evaluated, we will use same information, and then protocol HTTP. By default, it is HTTP. We will not change it. Resource type is instance. You can see this resource type is instance. Applies to single LAMP1 VM. Applies to single. That is fine. And then we have only one VM running right now. If we had more than one VMs, it would give the list of all the VMs, so that it will know for which virtual machine, which VM it is you are creating this uptime check. Check frequency is 1 minute. It is by default, so this is fine. And then you can test it. It responded, and this 200 code means it is okay. That is what it will tell here. And after this, If you say next, okay. So these are the information that we had filled. Response time out 10 seconds. Response time out 10 seconds. And then we have log check failures true. Log check failures is marked as true. Alert and notification, create an alert. Okay, we'll go to next. And this is alert and notification. We have notification channel, 1 minute. So everything is fine. And now we have already tested one time. We'll test it again, whether all the information that is needed is provided or not. You can check multiple times by using the test. And finally, when it says like, okay, you are happy with the information, you can say create. It will create an uptime check. Basically, what it means is it will help track you based on the conditions we have given, because already we have, by installing the agent, we have given the source of input about those virtual machine. But there has to be some condition based on that it will notify. So that is what we have set it up right now. If you go further, we have already done a create, we are waiting. Then we have to create an alerting policy. So what we created is a lamp uptime check, and we gave all the condition. Then we have to create a alerting policy. We'll go on the alerting and we'll create a policy. The same is given here, that go on alerting, create policy, click on add condition, click on add condition. Now here it's going to be a little tricky. So that's why I will take a moment to explain this here, because here I do see certain mistake happens. First thing, the list that you see here, it takes sometimes a while to update completely. So when you are searching for something, if it has not updated, will not reflect. So what we have to find is this in network traffic. So in network traffic, there can be a lot of other things, but we have to go to interface traffic. So the best way I would suggest is type here network. And when you click on this, you are able to see on the right side the full name of it. While here you don't see the full name. So on the right side, you can determine whether it is the one that you want. So what we want to see is interface traffic. We'll search it. So it is a stats network traffic. No, we want interface. Yeah, this one. Can you see this? So this is the one which we have the other side. If I click on this interface traffic, and I will show you, it is interface traffic. So we have to definitely map it also for the sake of the Qwiklab, because this is being evaluated. So we have chosen that VM instance. Here also it shows you the same thing, how to search it, interface traffic. Now we'll put the configuration, that is condition each above 501 minute. So here in configuration each above threshold 500 and for 1 minute. 1 minute. Like this. So whatever information is given, we just have to apply here for the sake of learning. And eventually, when you will work in the actual environment, you can choose your own configuration based on what is needed. Okay, now on the drop down next to the notification channel, and click on the manage notification channels. So add next, a notification channel, manage notification channel. Right now, there is no notification channel. You may have all those alerts in your dashboard, but you may like to get it in your phone or your email or any other tools. So for that, you have to set it up. So what we will choose is, we will choose the email. We have n number of different options. It could be PagerDuty services, Sync, Slack, webhooks, email, SMS. How do you want to get notified? I would like to get notified by email, and that is what they have recommended as part of this quest as well. So choose email here, address and display name. So what I will do is I will go to email, add new. Here I can add my personal email ID so that I get a notification. And I'll just name Vimal. Give it. So I already got a notification channel created. That is my email ID. That means if anything will happen on that VM, based on the condition that I have set, based on the uptime check and the logging information, the conditions that I have set, I will get that notification on my email. So that is the purpose. And on the notification channel, again, click on the refresh icon on the notification channel. If you go back now, and now if I go to the notification channel, already my name is here, which appears here, so that is fine. Okay. So on alerting, this is C policies. Okay, one alert policy is here. This is the one. All right. So the next one is to create alert name as well. So we can create with name inbound traffic alert. If I create a policy now, if I add a condition, sorry, this one is already done, not needed. So this is our LAMP uptime check uptime failure policy. Whenever failure happens, we can see it here. But right now we are trying to create an alert. Since already we have one notification channel, this one. So let's go to the navigation channel again and edit navigation channel. Let me refresh it. So in previous step, I just went back and that's why I did not see this option. Probably did not save it all right. I will just do this step again and let me see. I will need to read from here. From here, VM network traffic, what do you want? And now notification, click on the manage notification channel, create alerting policy, create alerting policy. It looks like I will have to again do this. Target. Traffic. Resource type has to be VM instance, GC instance, okay. Okay, the reason I have to go back again because I did not save the changes there, and that's why I have to come over here again. So I'm just going to a step back for the Qwiklab purpose. So we'll go and go to the alerting, and then create policy, add condition, and then start in the panel default value type VM instance, which is okay, resource type. This one was done. However, this part is optional, so you should not worry about that, but it was good to understand how do we manage the notification. Let me see if it allows me to close this. Okay, so to actually pick up from the last time itself, though I felt that it was not saved, but it looks like it has picked up based on creation of this email notification. The idea here was to create the email, a notification. I have created the email notification, so that should be fine. Now create a dashboard and a chart. For dashboard and a chart, in the left menu, select dashboard. So the same option here. So I will not repeat it because it already shows completed, though I felt that I did not save it properly. So when you go to the dashboard, you click on that, and you can click on create dashboard, and you can give a dashboard name. Let's see what dashboard name they're asking to create. So this is the name, this dashboard. All right, so this is a blank dashboard at the moment, like nothing has been created. So add the first chart, and similarly, we can add more than one chart. So there is an option to create add chart on the right side, right top, and what kind of chart we want to create. So the first chart that it is asking to create is CPU load. Now, when you will work for the actual one, 1M, let's see what's asking. Yeah, it's also asking for CPU load 1M. Select the resource type to VM instance. Select the resource type to VM instance 1M. That is fine. And then click save. That's it. That was the first chart, and you can see this first chart, which is about CPU load. Let's add more chart to it. So go there, and the next chart, it is asking us to create for received packet. So name would be here, and this also type is going to be VM instance. As I said, at this point, you may generally face some issues because this list takes time to update itself. So at times when you are searching for whatever is being asked, you may not find. The best practice I do generally is to cancel again and go to the add chart again, or you wait for some time. Find resource type and matrix field and start typing received packets. I'm not sure if it is dated yet. Let me try to use this copy paste. Sometimes if you just wait for a while, it will, yeah, looks like it's showing now. And then select receive packet GC instance. So something like that, GC instance here. Here we go. So it takes a while to update. So sometimes when we are searching, you should not feel that it's not appearing, like it was not appearing for me for a while. But when I waited, I can see it now. And I can also see the graph here. Any other field? leave other fields to default value. Just save it. So we created two charts here. One chart is for CPU load, another one is received packet. Similarly, now what does CPU load means? What does received packet means? This is another area of understanding that you may have, but at this point, at least you understand how to add chart and do the monitoring. Okay, now you can go to navigation menu, logging and log explorer. By now, however, if I will see the score, it should be fine. But for the sake of this lab, let me go to the last part. That is to view your lab, view your log. So go to navigation menu and go to logging. Here we have the logging, and then go to log explorer. Click on options drop down. And here you can see all these logs, whatever we are doing. At this point, it's not really important to know exactly what this log means. That could be a next level of understanding, but at least you know where to go and see the logs. So yeah, so with this, I guess I may have used more time than what I was initially planning to. Let me see where it stays. Yeah. So it actually allowed me to do it, but at the same time it closed it. So this was about cloud monitoring. So you saw how we can create a dashboard, and I can also see the time, which is closer to 3, and we have 2 labs to do, but those are again like pretty quick. The next lab that we have, it just takes 15 minutes, like this one, and we have this optional one. So we will take just one, and you can practice it for the other. And the last one is about PubSub. So before we go to the next lab, that is cloud functions, let me see if I have something on my presentation for you. All right. All right, so before we start with the cloud function, there are some theoretical concepts you must understand. What are cloud functions? So it provides a connective layer of logic that lets you write code to connect and extend cloud services. Generally, if you have to write a logic, a piece of code, you need an environment, and then you have to execute it, you have to make use of it. But you don't want to spend time just creating the environment while you want to concentrate on creating your piece of code. And nowadays, there are many ad hoc piece of code that is being written, which is being used, and you just want to deploy it. You don't want to get into the hassles of creating that environment, and that is what cloud provides you. So you can directly, like it's pretty much the past thing that we saw, platform as a service. You go, write your code, execute it, deploy it, make use of it. Now, what it does, it is pretty much listens and responds to a file upload to cloud storage or a log change or an incoming message, whatever it could be, and then responds to it. It allows you to address an increasing number of use case with arbitrary programming logic. So like if something is happening and something has to be done, the small script where you will write in, how you will execute it. So cloud function provides that ability. The concept around this is events and trigger. There has to be an event. Based on that event, there has to be a trigger. Something happens, something gets triggered. Events are things that happen within your cloud environment that you might want to take an action on. This might seem to this might be a changes in any data or any activity that happens. That is what you may have and call it as an event. It could be change in data, a database, a file added to a storage system, or a new virtual machine instance being created. Now, in order to respond to this event, whenever those event happens, you need to have something called trigger. Something gets triggered. So trigger is a declaration that you are interested in certain event or set of events when any activity happens. So binding a function to a trigger allow you to capture and act on the events. And this also leads to the concept of serverless. If you have heard this term serverless, probably this is the right time when we can talk about it. So serverless basically talks about the cloud function. Like the cloud function removes the work of managing servers, configuring softwares, updating framework, or patching operating system. Generally, if you are having your own servers, you are managing it for your script, for your functions, you will have to do all those things. But in the concept of serverless, since you can directly write functions, directly write code for a function, you don't have to worry about all this. And that is why we call this particular way of working as serverless operation, that you don't worry about which server it is, any configuration of software, any updating of framework, or any patching activity, which is regular. You don't have to worry about that. Directly go to the cloud platform, start writing your code, start executing your function. You don't even feel that there is a server working at the back end. The software and infrastructure are fully managed by Google, so that we just add code. Furthermore, provisioning of resources happen automatically in response to an event. That means a function can scale from a few invocations a day to a million of invocations without any work from you. You only have to worry about the code for the function and how it will be invoked, what you want to see, the end result, and the actual coding and the logic behind it, not the maintenance of the environment. Typically, if we have to put it in a graph, cloud functions, this could be one of the examples. Somebody uploaded an image, it went to a storage over there. Now there is a function. So this was an event. Uploading an image to a storage, that is an event. That triggered a function. That triggered, downloaded the image into a thumbnail, write the location, upload thumbnail, and download thumbnail. So if you have an application, a small function, which takes an image and creates a thumbnail, you may go to Google and try typing like create a thumbnail, online thumbnail creator. How is it working? Basically, these all activities are happening based on this format, and that we can call as cloud function. The same activity can be done in a non-cloud environment as well, but you have to set up everything. You have to maintain entire infrastructure. While here, it allows you to write the code in such a way that you get this functionality without much of environmental activity. You just write the logic and it will do it for you. So that is the beauty of the function. Yeah.
We're gonna question. I see that we also going to run a session on, let's say, Firebase, and cloud functions are a part of Firebase too.
Yes.
Is this the same structure? And anybody who goes through this, would they be able to transfer these skills for that, or is it a different system in place? You don't need to go into deep, but just high level.
Certainly, both are very much related. Like that could be a very good use case, the use of Firebase, because technically what it translates into it is you are calling a function, you are building a function, you are calling a function without taking care of any of the infrastructure. Google takes care of all those infrastructure. You just focus on the functionality, the logic, and the code. Rest everything is taken care by Google Cloud Platform. And that Firebase could be a really good example that like what I told right now is what is cloud function. But in real time, if somebody had to achieve what you see on the screen, that is where your features like Firebase comes into picture, which will allow you to do this. And there are many others apart from Firebase, which where you can go and write the code.
Awesome, thank you.
This is just one simple example. If somebody has to create a function to upload an image and create a thumbnail, what sequence of event it will go through, what a developer has to do, and what Google Platform will do. Google Platform will literally take care of everything. The developer just has to go and code, create the function, put all the logic in, and already the concept is set in, like this is an event, this will trigger, and the trigger will take care, and the entire activity, you can call it as a function. When a file gets uploaded, it gives you a thumbnail downloaded. So I will directly go to the lab here, which is just 10-15 minutes lab. And I'm pretty sure it will take much less time to give you a walkthrough. As I said, last time I had issues because I did not close my session. So this time I will close all my pending session. And let me go to, yes, here. So we are gonna do, as you can see, it is just 15-minute session, like the workshop. It is very quick. I will quickly give you a walkthrough. You don't have to spend a lot of time, but I guess we can do it very quickly. So it will just show you a Hello World program. So let me quickly do it. Traffic lights. Okay, so this is again thing. So I have to log off all the labs at a time, which is quite obvious. Okay, this one was open. Hopefully this was the reason. Let me go back and try again. So this is a problem when you see this. Just visualize that you have opened some session in any of your browser, which is not allowing you to create another session. Because remember, whatever we are using is a temporary session. There should not be a duplicate session running. Okay, buses. Still there is some session running. Not sure even Ram was using the same GDG credential. So let me.
No, I wasn't.
No? Okay. So, because I'm in incognito mode. I don't see a reason for it though. Generally, I will just open another incog mode and I will close this. I will actually log out. Sign out. Okay, already I have this session here. All right, so hopefully it allows me to do it now. In this ID, my other challenge is I've done this lab so many times, it doesn't allow me to do it more. Okay. Yeah. Palm trees. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. Finally. So this is what sometimes happens when you are working on multiple labs at the same time, opening up Qwiklabs session. So that's why we should be in the habit of closing all the session all the time when we complete it. I did not do so for sure. That's why I'm getting this trouble. When you do it, please take this thing in your mind. All right, so we have already discussed about events and triggers, the concept, the very concept. There are some of the use cases they have given here. There can be more than use cases. So we will directly go to the stuff where it looks like. So open it. I'll pull it into a new environment. And I will be very quick. By now, I don't have to tell you how to log in to go into the cloud platform. You already know it. So I will just be very quick on this. So on the navigation, we have to go on the cloud function. Let me see if I can increase the size again. Okay, I will just increase a little bit of the size. But the problem is it doesn't give me horizontal scroll bar. So anyway, so if I go here and on the navigation menu, I need to find cloud function. That would be in the home section itself. cloud functions are here in the compute option. So in the navigation menu in compute option, you have cloud function. Click on that. Now the first thing, since we have never created a cloud function on this, okay, see, this was the challenge, I believe. So the first time when you go, you have to click on create function, and these are the names they have given. Use the same name for the sake of lab. Create function. And I will remove this. You can give any name, but for the sake of this quest, because you will be identified with this, default HTTP trigger. So we have HTTP and everything is same. I don't see, yeah. So this is your cloud function area in Google Console, in Google Cloud Platform Console. Just save it. And then you go to provide all this information, and we did not go to the code section that was on the right side. HTTP is what they are asking for, HTTP trigger. Then you come here. Let me go back again. Create function. So as you see, it has two sections of it. One is the trigger section, and another is the code section. Code section is the place where you will put your codes across. Oh, I don't see a next. Okay, that's by default. Everything's fine. Okay, when I save it, it gives you an option of next. Yeah, okay. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to click on code generally, which I felt was available. But when I say I'm next, then you go to the code section. You have a by default hello world code. Now you can put your codes here. You could code it anywhere and you can put it across, and it will simply create a function for you when you click on deploy. I will not make any changes here, but when you do it, you can try making some changes in terms of the code. So when I will deploy after creating it, it will take a while, and now it is creating my function. So just like creating a VM, you're creating a function was as it can be, as long as you are an expert of a certain coding language and you want to create a function, you can just choose the option, put your code across, and it will be ready to deploy. So when it will be green, I will check the progress. It just take a minute or less than that. The time taken by it is similar to creation of a virtual machine. And once that will be done, we have to test. For test, we have the option of the three dots here, which we will do. Like here, we will have the option to test. But in order to test that, it has to be deployed successfully. And while you can also see there are options to copy the function. In case you want to model your function and then make some changes, you can always copy and you can edit in that part. Usually it takes less than a minute. Okay, it's ready. So now we can directly go here and we can test function, which is enabled now. Then you test that. It shows you the result. Now, the idea was not here to see a hello world result. Idea was that how to create a function, how to deploy it, Now, instead of hello world, if it was some other code, accordingly, it could have reacted. Now, it is also creating the logs, which will take a while to create those logs here. And we can also see the logs in other navigation menu bar. But we'll not wait for the logs to appear. Rather, we will, yeah, we already tested, we did it. Now, we can go to the function again. Okay, so we can see the logs are coming up, and the same logs can also be seen when you go to the function list from where we tested. If we say view logs, you can see the logs. For those who will code a certain functionality, for them the logs are going to be very important. So it's important to know where you can see those logs. So when the function started and what it did, it was the simplest code possible. But as you add more complexity to it, you will get the better understanding of it. So test your understanding. Cloud Function is a serverless execution environment for building and connecting cloud services. I did not install anything, did not take care of anything. I directly used the code. I could have used any other code. It's completely serverless. Now, which type of trigger is bound while creating a cloud function in the tab? Now, right now, when we were talking about the Firebase and all, the concept has to be clear. Now it's talking about which type of trigger is bound while creating cloud function. So you remember we had that HTTP by default. So all of them are and can be related to the cloud function, but the question is which type of trigger is bound here. This should be HTTP here. So you would be able to understand it more when you read more of the theory. So this was the lab all about. It was 15 minutes. We completed in 9 while we are explaining it. And while I also missed a step sometime and kind of delayed it. So still we were able to do it within 5-6 minutes. So this is a very quick lab. I will quickly put it end on this. It will always ask for some. I will have to log out it completely. Sign out and close so that I'm able to log in again. So with this, we come to the last part, and I know that we have exceeded our time, initially planned time. That is our cloud function pub sub. I would still like to walk you through a little concept around this. So what is pub sub? If you have heard this name before, good enough. If not, you may think what exactly it means. So pub means publishing and sub means subscription. So it is a short form of publisher and subscription. So how does it work is, it is an asynchronous messaging service that decouples services that provides events from services that produce events. So it's like there are many, what is synchronous and asynchronous? If I'm speaking to you right now, you are able to hear it in the real time. I can see on YouTube, you are getting it with a delay, but it's continuous. But if I send you a voice note on WhatsApp, when you make a call, that is synchronous. You are hearing and getting information at the same time. There can be latency, there can be a delay. But when I send you a voice note, it will stay on the system, and whenever you want, you can listen to it. So that is the difference between live streaming and video on demand. So video on demand is asynchronous, live streaming is synchronous. Same applies on messaging. If some message has to be given, whether it is going in the real time, whether it is getting consumed at the real time, or somebody is collecting the information and will read it through whenever they have time. So you can use PubSub as messaging-oriented middleware, or even, and there's a lot of other concepts. If you may have heard the name like MQ system, which are the messaging system. A lot of messaging system uses the concept of PubSub, that is publishing and subscription. So it offers durable message storage and real-time message delivery as well, with high availability and consistent performance at scale. It runs at all Google Cloud regions around the world. So all the regions provided. Now the key things that you necessarily need to remember is when we are talking about PubSub is a topic, subscription, message, and message attribute. So what is a topic? For any messaging to happen, right, there can be different criteria and types of messages. So you need to have a topic for that message. There has to be a message which is related to the topic, and for that somebody has to subscribe it. Who will be at the receiving end? So there will be a publisher which will create a topic, and people will subscribe to it. Now there will be a trigger which will send a message, and the message will have its own attributes. So I will not go into the theoretical part, but to understand, you can take it this way. Just to get a broader view of how the relationship works is, you can have a publisher A and publisher B. They all will have a message. In order to publish that message, they will have a topic so that they can categorize the message, because there can be more than one message related to a topic, and the subscribers can subscribe to the topic and they will receive the message A. This subscriber X can actually subscribe to both the topics and get both the messages. And there can be another publisher with message 3, and here they can have a different subscription of the same topic. Like you have a topic C, but you segregated the subscription into YC and ZC, and the different subscriber get their respective messages. So a topic can have multiple subscriber of different type, or a topic can have one subscription level. So you know about the mini subscription plan, right? It also works in the same way. So having given your context here, again, to repeat, the basic message flow would be: publisher, it creates the message, topic segregates what kind of message it is, it will stay in the storage, and based on the subscription, the message will go to subscriber, and subscriber will acknowledge that they have received it. So that is how the cycle of this message will look like. Now, without wasting much time, let me directly go to the lab, which says 30 minutes, but we will complete it in 10 or maximum 12 minutes, because by now you are comfortable. Hopefully it allows me to open it immediately, and I have closed my session. Let's see, crosswalk. Okay, thanks God, it started immediately. I will quickly open the console itself without getting into the detail. Okay, so while that is opening, you have already, you can go through this detail, but we have already covered as part of the presentation. You already know how to log in. We don't need to do all of this. Now, it is asking us to go to the Cloud Shell. Since you are, if some of you have not done GCP Essential and directly coming here, you may not be familiar of some of the very common command we use in Cloud Shell. That is to check our account and check our project. Remember, right now when we are doing a kind of a training workshop, we are having only one project allocated, but in real world, there would be more than one accounts and more than one projects, and we have to work in the right project so that we don't apply changes or anything to a project where it was not supposed to be. So we will open it, and in the previous lab, Ram already showed you how to go to the Cloud Shell. This is the button, and when you click on continue, and I too want to take it up into a new window here. Let it open, because you remember this Cloud Shell, it has to reflect the project ID, which will show that it is healthy. At times, due to any network issue or whatsoever, it doesn't show the project ID. That means that you cannot work on it. You must refresh it or close it. So I will take it to the new window. And just like your SSH, here also you have your settings where you can go to text size. Let me make it largest so that it's pretty much visible to you all. And these are the commands: gcloud auth list, and we discussed about gcloud at the presentation at the beginning. So, okay, it's asking authorization. You can authorize. It will tell you the active account. We have only one account listed here, and we also have only one project, but we will check. Will show the project ID. This project ID and what appears here and what appears here must match. So you must make sure every time. Now, we have to go to the navigation menu here, and we have to go to PubSub, that is in the big data category. If you scroll down, big data, PubSub here, and go to the topic. So on the PubSub, go to the topic and create topic. Remember, for publisher, the first thing has to be a creation of a topic so that people can subscribe to it. So create topic, give the topic name. So name anything, but align to what it is asking. And the other option, it is asking leave encryption key to the default value. This is the encryption key. Leave it to the default. Will not make any change. Create topic. At the moment it will create topic, it will show you some graphs. I will just pull it down. And remember this Cloud Shell part. This is customizable. You can based on convenience, you can move it. Anyway, I have already taken the Cloud Shell in the different tabs, so that is fine. So I have created the topic. So that completes one of the tasks. Like it is also very quick and easy task, and it also shows 50%. The only next thing is to create a subscription. So when you go to my topics here, like if I go back, here is the my topic. This is what I created. If you click on the 3 dots, it will say create subscription. So go there, and it is asking you to create name as my sub. Now, another feature that you may need to know is cloud push or pull. So pull is like somebody will pull the message and read it, and push is if it will be pushed with like if the publisher itself will push it. Like when you get a phone call, that is a push. You don't have a choice. Either you silence it, you put the network off, or you will receive it. It's the push. But even the messages, the SMS, that is a push. You don't have a control when it comes. But there are many such medium where you go and pull it. You get for yourself. You request for it. So that is the difference. We will have a by default pull here, and then expires after every whatever is the default. Leave all option to the default value and click create. So it's not asking us to change anything. We will just go below and create it. So we created a topic. Now we created a subscription here. Now let's see. My sub should be created, and it will complete it. With this, it completed the lab itself. So basically what we learned is to create a topic and a subscription. But in order to actually understand and make it function, we will have to do a lot more things, which is part of another quest. And now there are some questions to understand our understanding, to test our understanding. The publisher application creates and sends messages to whom it will send. And subscriber application creates what to a topic to receive messages. So if you see the option, like the subscriber will have to create a subscription and publisher will have to create a topic. So this will be the answer, because publisher can create a topic and subscriber can subscribe to it. So they have to create a subscription. Right now, we just had created a topic as well as the subscription. Now, Cloud PubSub is an asynchronous messaging system designed to be highly reliable and scalable. Absolutely true. That was the very purpose of it. So now you can publish this message, and you can do a number of things here. In order to publish a message, if you go to the topic, right now, if you go to the topic here, and if you go to my topic, you see you have published message here. If you say public single message and type the message, let's use the same message what they're using, hello world, and you say hello BBG world. I just made some changes. I hope it will not verify, because already it is 100 marks, so it should not matter. And when I publish this, so when I went to the topic and pushed a message, those who have the subscription should be able to pull it. Now, how to pull this? This is a gcloud command to pull it. If I go here, it just says listed 0 items. Sometimes it takes time to refresh. Okay, I can see the message here. So hello GDG world, that was the message, it came here. So if you have access of a subscription, you can get this message anywhere. You just have to pull it with the right command, and the same command can be put in a script or some kind of a structure, which will do it for you. So publisher can put the message in the topic, and subscribers can pull it, because pull was the mode of transfer of the message. So that's it. Congratulations. And you saw that it was for like 30 minutes. We completed it within 10 minutes. Once you are familiar with the environment, you will also complete it in like same 10-15 minutes. You don't have to wait for all. And if you are able to complete all of it, you will get this badge. We will be sharing the information through different channels, how to add this badge to your public profile and then further use it on your LinkedIn or other places. I will be posting this on the Meetup as well as on YouTube as well. So as per your convenience, you can check it through. All right. So having said that, okay, Madhusha, we are good. I definitely have extended like 30 minutes. At times we had certain delays, some errors. I guess we can do one more round of, I don't know how many folks are still with us, considering we have crossed our 3 p.m. thing. We can do one more round of Mentees quiz. How about it? Ram, are you still there? By the way, Ram was delivering from India. It must be like midnight or more than that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Ram, we can hear you. So Madhusha is not here at the moment. So folks, yeah, Madhusha is coming with that.
Hey.
So
Wow.
yes,
We got
at the end it went a bit extensive. I'm not sure if I was too fast, but I believe since Ram has set a very strong foundation in terms of understanding the basics, they would have followed it. And moreover, if a participant will repeat the session, they can always get it through. And yeah, we are reachable. So that should not be a problem.
Yeah. So here's the thing. There's a lot being said. There's a lot being covered. There's no way you're gonna consume all that overnight. If this is the first time you're playing with Google Cloud, but that's why we set up the Discord server. Now I know it might be cumbersome for those who are not familiar with Discord, but the system has been proven to work with a lot of our communities over time. And then the beauty is it's going to grow, and then we have others who are not necessarily tutors, but other students who can jump in and help out. Plus, we're going to be running other complimentary sessions that you all can learn. So it's not the end of it today. If you haven't done so, please take the time to complete at least one lab using this code. That'll unlock for you access for you for 30 days, where you can go complete other things by yourself or collectively with others. And what we'll try to do is we might even live stream others who are doing things, so they can like tag together and ask questions and do it themselves. So you might make and meet new friends. This has been happening for the past few months due to COVID and things like that. Vimal, Ram, once again, really appreciate you taking the time. I know this is not an easy session to deliver virtually. I know you two have been doing this an amazing job in Toronto and supporting other communities here. And we are looking forward to what DevFest is going to bring. It's going to be a variety of a lot of things, which hopefully attract a far greater crowd, and it'll be far more interactive, and we can promise you on that. That being said, anything else you want to cover right before we wrap up this session?
Yeah, so I guess the last 2 hours or 1.5 hours at least went very extensive. In order to lighten the mood of our participant, I would like to run a small quiz again, followed by a prize. I did see last time the enthusiasm was really good. People were trying to answer the question very fast. Now, since we have completed the session, based on the same session, allow me like 1 minute or so, or less than that. I will share my screen again. I will open the Mentees and we'll share the details. So within 5 minutes, we will do the quiz and we will close off the session.
Okay.
Okay, Madhusha? So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, so I will be posting the Menti.com and the code. By now, you all are familiar of Menti.com. All you need is just the code. So let me stop sharing for a while. I will open it up and then we'll send it across. So just 1 minute, grab your water if you want to. Within a minute, we will have a quiz followed by a prize.
Okay, let's see how things are happening. What's happening on our Discord server? Okay, we're getting a few questions. Some of the lobbies are still up and running. Okay, so in the meantime, while Vimal and Ram gets prepared, we are running. Yeah, so Flutter series is still going ahead. We wrapped up 4 sessions. You can check them out on our server. So I'll show you this again. I'm going to add this to the stream. So if you were to go to live streams, even though it's listed live, those videos are available right after that. So this is today's session. If you missed anything, if you want to share this with your friends, you're welcome to do so. And then this is the Flutter session that we did last week. We completed, first of all, we went through the introductory portion of Flutter, setting it up. If you don't know what Flutter is, Flutter helps you build applications, mobile applications on both iOS and Android. This is a technology developed by Google, and it's very awesome because you don't need to learn 2 different languages. You can manage 2 code bases. If you're a startup, if you're a beginner, if you want to get into building mobile applications, this is a great stack to start using. So we did the introductory session for that. And last 2 weeks, we've been covering how to connect with APIs and pull some of the data into your application and then project it accordingly and run simulations within. So next week, we are going to have a little bit more intermediary session on Flutter as well. And that being said, so Flutter is the front end of the app. And then we are also building and going to launch a series on Firebase. So that will complement everything that you're learning right now. So you understand GCP, you understand Flutter. So Firebase is a platform as a service. If you quickly want to spin off an application, even though it sounds like this is a great prototyping tool, it is not. It's highly scalable. So you can build your backend for your Flutter application or mobile application or your web application using Firebase. So stay tuned for that. We're going to make all those announcements on Discord as well. And one last thing, if you haven't heard about what Developer Student Clubs is, I know we saw a few questions coming in. I'm going to quickly throw this idea. Quickly going to throw this up here. 1 second. All right, so you can go to that page, dsc.community.dev, and find the chapter. Maybe you're on campus, maybe you're not. That's fine. Find the closest one that you can find and get engaged. Vimal is back. I'm going to hand it over to Vimal to run this quiz. Back to you, Vimal.
All right, Mr. So I have Shweta with me, and for folks, just to let you know, Shweta is our co-organizer, and she's also a women check maker. So she has helped to put the question across the quiz even in the morning. So I would like her to run through this quiz, which will also be followed up by a prize, good Google or GDG swag. So I really invite everybody who is who have stayed with us for so long. Please join. It is menti.com, which you use in the morning. And I have posted this in, and I can see, Think Outside the Valley has also posted the code, and menti.com. I would recommend everybody to join, and we will start in a minute.
And if you know somebody else who was in the session but stepped out for a quick second, ping them and let them to join. Ask them to come and join the session, the quiz as well. And Vimal, I know there's going to be a lag, so pay attention to. I think they should pay attention to the menti.com website, and then pay attention to the questions that are popping up. There might be a little bit of a lag between YouTube, us presenting it, and you seeing it. So pay attention to the menti.com display on your device.
Yeah, so I believe when we have this Menti.com coming up, that time participant can focus just on the Menti.com. They do not necessarily need to see on the YouTube. They can just have that on the screen. That is perfectly all right. Yeah, so Shweta, over to you. Yamadusha, you would like to add something else on this? I can see folks have started joining.
For those who are on our lobbies, Q&A lobbies, I think Shweta, you were helping them out. Very quickly, how was the interaction? Where, like, was there a lot of questions asked by the attendees today?
No, but for this particular quiz, the questions were basically from the infrastructure quest.
Okay.
5 questions from each lab. So
Okay.
it will, if they have gone through each of the lab, it will be easy for them to answer.
Okay. All right. So I think everybody's ready. Shweta,
I
over
can
to
see
you.
18 people have joined, so let's get started. So object names must be unique only within a given bucket. Is it true or false? Wow, so quick, guys. 13 people have answered. That's great. Yes, that's absolutely true. The name must be unique within the given bucket.
Hold on, not really. It's other way. Object names within a bucket may not be unique. Bucket names needs to be unique.
Objects inside the bucket name.
I know, I agree with Shweta, and I guess that would be a good discussion.
Okay.
So within a bucket, if
Interesting.
we have more than one object, that also
That
has
should
to
be
be unique.
unique.
No, I
Okay.
think she's right. She's right. She's right. That works.
Ram,
Within
I
object,
think
she's right.
it's
Object names
very
within a
late in
bucket
the
must be
night.
unique. Correct. You're right.
Montana,
Thank you.
congratulations.
So let's go to the next question. What are the primitive roles in Google Cloud? This is the same question, but answer a bit different this time. Yeah, you guys got it. Browser, editor, owner, and viewer role. So let's see who is on the top this time.
Montana is still on top.
So I
Yeah.
did not see Montana in the morning at the top. And I just remember 4-5 names from the top. So yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Oops, sorry. What is uptime check? Fifteen people have answered. Yes, so
Wow.
uptime checks verify that a resource is always available.
As the name suggests, uptime, right? And we also are familiar with the term downtime, uptime, and that's a very common term used in industry to say how much time it was available. It's basically referring to the availability of a system or a resource or a machine, whatever it is.
Okay, let's see who's on the top this time.
I guess this is going to change the board.
No. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
I think
maybe.
so.
They're too close.
Oh.
Joshua and Vincent are close. It's really very close. It's just like fastest fingers first.
Okay, let's go on. So what is Google Cloud Function? 15 people have answered yet. 16.
I think everybody should make it right.
Yes, it is a lightweighted event-based asynchronous compute solution.
So I'll just put something over here. When you think that it could be a function to call the API, calling an API is one attribute which is already developed. When it comes to function, the code belongs to you. So we code it, right? Okay.
So the last question of this quiz.
Before that,
let's see.
Montana is taking the lead, but still very close to Ben.
Oh. So the last question of the day. What is Google Pub Sub? 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow.
At least make this
15 people have answered. Let's see. 16 people have answered.
Oh, that's almost everybody answered it, right?
It is a messaging service for exchanging event data among applications.
Now, question is, who was the fastest?
So it's time to see.
All right, it's gonna be real close.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Oh,
what?
Wow!
Congratulations!
So, oh my goodness, this was too close. I guess at least 3-4 folks, they were too close to it. But no mind, this was a fun activity. I hope you all have enjoyed it. So, Madhusha,
the first question was really tricky.
You're still reminiscing on that, eh?
Yeah. And that is a good one, right? That's a good call because bucket names must be unique across all Google Cloud accounts, whereas an object name cannot be having the same name. You have to have a unique name within a bucket as well. If you have more than one object name within a bucket, then reference would not work. You can't just use that as a URL to ping a particular object.
By the way, Krupa, message one of us, or connect with us on Discord, and then we'll coordinate accordingly.
Yeah, one last thing, I guess, Shweta, you'd like to share?
Yeah. So, guys, I know this is a very long day for you, and this is not the quiz at all. So it's just a feedback. So you need to go to menti.com once again and type the new code, that is 2116287, and just tell the one word how you feel about today's session. It's like how's the delivery, how's the content, and how's the quiz and everything. So it's just the feedback. So we'll just ping the code on the chat. That is once again 2116287.
All right. While we enjoy the feedback and while we see certain feedbacks for making some changes in the way we conduct these sessions, I believe, Madhusha, I guess it's late for everybody. You can do some closing notes. Ram over there, you need to sleep, man. I guess
I'm just quite enjoying the feedback.
Actually, he was waiting for this since morning.
Yeah, so obviously it's a really, really long day, and I think it's harder for for our organizers and the presenters because you had to be on point for almost 5 hours now. So really appreciate taking the time, and the ones who are listening in. I know it's long. I know it's hard. Maybe you got stuck. That's totally fine. The video is going to be available live for you to access it anytime you want. Discord is not going to disappear anywhere. Fool around with it, play around with it, experiment with it. I have a special channel dedicated asking for feedback and ideas. Let us know what else you want to learn. Let us know what we can do to improve. As you can see, we're trying to juggle with what's going on with COVID, and we're trying to make it as exciting and entertaining as possible, which is going to be difficult. But we're still doing our best here. So that being said, thank you so much for all the organizers. Thank you for everybody who's tuning in. And if you think this is something that you or your friends would love to learn or want to explore more, share it with them. We have other sessions that we're going to plan out on GCP itself. We'll make those announcements accordingly on both and all platforms. If you're a student or if you're close to a developer student club, so you want to find a university chapter, I'll put the link back down again. Go find your club and subscribe. Even if you're not a student, if you're still excited and want to learn from our student communities and GDG, for example, make sure to double check that. And stay tuned for Google Developer Groups Toronto's DevFest coming up in November. We'll make those announcements and get the word out across to you as soon as we can as well. That being said, I want to say, again, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for tuning in, and hopefully you learned something. Hopefully this will add some value to your skill set and to your career path. And that being said, I want to bid you all farewell and have a great day. Enjoy your weekend.
Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
See ya.
Get ready for a cloud-first workplace. Jumpstart your career by signing up for a Google Cloud hands-on learning experience. Companies around the world are moving to the cloud. This is a unique opportunity to gain new skills and professional credentials. If you want to discover a career, scale your startup, or perform groundbreaking research that will change the world, this is the event for you.